A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
This is Don Wilson. Friends, there's no doubt about it. Smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. And the fact of the matter is, Lucky's taste better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Now, freshness is particularly important. For if a cigarette isn't truly fresh, it can't possibly give you the enjoyment it should. That's why every pack of Lucky's is extra tightly sealed, to bring you Lucky's better taste in all its natural freshness. Yes, Lucky's do taste better because, first, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Then, two, Lucky's taste better because they're made better, made round and firm and fully packed to draw freely and smoke evenly. So, friends, smoke the cigarette that has better taste when it's made and then brings you all that better taste in a fresh cigarette. Yes, be happy. Go Lucky. Ask for a carton of Lucky Strike and find out for yourself that Lucky's really do taste better.
Lucky's taste better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, the Sportsman Quartet. Yours truly, Don. Ladies and gentlemen, Friday was New Year's Day, and 1954 was ushered in by the nation's gridiron classic, the Rose Bowl game, between UCLA and Michigan State, before a record crowd of nearly 100,000 people. This game always produces statistics that are mulled over by sports lovers for weeks to come. How many yards each team gained by running, how many yards gained by passing, how many passes completed, how many intercepted. Yes, even the star of our show has been stunned by the amazing figures compiled by this football classic.
100,000 people at $5 apiece. Gosh, what a game.
It must have been, Jack. It seems the Rose Bowl game gets more and more exciting every year.
You're not kidding, Don. I can remember when it was only 80,000 people at $3 apiece. Anyway, Don, did you notice that play where Paul Cameron got the ball?
I didn't see the game, Jack.
You didn't? Wait a minute, Don. I thought I saw you in Pasadena that morning.
Well, you did, but I went right home. Believe me, I'm never going there again.
Oh, cheer up, Don. Maybe next year you'll win the prize as the best float. And take those roses out of your hair. You look silly. Besides, I thought
Hi, Jack. Hello, Don.
Oh, hello, Bob.
Hi, Bob. Jack and I were just talking about the big game New Year's Day.
You saw it, didn't you, Bob?
Oh, sure. I haven't missed a game in the Rose Bowl since Bing bought it.
Bing bought the Rose Bowl?
Well, not exactly. He bought Pasadena, and they threw that in.
Oh, well, Bob, as much as I like your brother, we're supposed to be doing a radio program. Now, get your band ready.
Jack, what kind of program we're going to do today?
Well, Don, since this is our first show of the new year, I thought maybe we ought to do a sketch based... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hi, Jack. Hi, fellas. Hello, Don.
Hello, Mary. Glad you're feeling better.
Yes, Mary, it's certainly good to have you back on the show.
Well, Jack, I hated to miss last Sunday's program, but I had that thing that's been going around, Virus X.
Yes, I know. That's why I sent over my doctor.
Some doctor.
Why, what's wrong?
I've got news for you. He's a horse doctor.
He is not a horse doctor.
He isn't, eh? When he got to my house, he threw a blanket over me and walked me around the room to cool me off.
No.
When he started to braid my hair, I threw him out.
that explains it. You know, one day I called him up and told him my ankles hurt, and he sent me over 4 bandages. Well, anyway, Mary, didn't my doctor give you any advice at all?
Yes. He told me I had virus X and I shouldn't run tomorrow.
Mary, I'm trying to be serious. What did he really tell you?
Well, he said it wasn't dangerous, gave me a prescription, and charged me $10.
Oh.
And he told me that 300,000 people had virus X.
300,000 people at $10 That's even better than football.
Jack, what are you mumbling about?
Nothing. Now, come on. This is our New Year's show, so let's get on with it.
Hey, by the way, have any of you kids made your New Year's resolutions?
I have.
Oh, you have, Don?
Yeah, I made a resolution to cut my food in half.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. It isn't good manners to take a whole turkey and stuff it in your mouth. I've seen you do it, you know.
No, Jack. I'm serious about losing weight. I've given up bread, butter, and potatoes.
Don, if you ever stop eating potatoes, Idaho will secede from the Union. Speaking of resolutions, I hope that Dennis Day resolves not to annoy me anymore with those...
Hey, by the way, Jack, where is Dennis?
Oh, he won't be here for the show. He gets sillier every day. He sent me a note saying that he was in the hospital. Stupid kid, expecting me to believe what he told me.
Oh, now, wait just a minute, Jack. There's a lot of sickness going around. Dennis could be in the hospital.
Having a baby?
Say, Jack, do you mind if I don't stay for the whole program? I'd like to leave early.
Now, why? What do you have to do?
Nothing. I just can't stand 30 minutes of this.
I don't blame you. Say, Bob, as long as Dennis isn't here, would you consider singing any
Many times I have won.
Wait for the orchestra!
Oh, I'm sorry.
Take it, fellas. What an eager beaver.
Many times I have wanted your kiss. Many times I have dreamed we'd be kissing like this. My heart has been filled with the thought of holding you. I've dreamed it so often. At last it's come true. With a smile, with a sigh, with a star up above. Here we are, you and I, the beginning of love, while searching for heaven. I found it just then. Take me there many times again. With a smile, with a sigh, with a star up above. Here we are, you and I, the beginning of love. While searching for heaven, I found it just then. Take me there many times again.
Bob Crosby singing Many Times. And very good, Bob. Very good.
And now for an encore, I will sing...
Bob, we only need one song. That's all we ever have on a show. One song. Now, look, kid. We've got a very important... Now, who can that be? Come in. Hey, it's Mel Blanc.
I hope I'm not interrupting nothing, Mr. Benny.
No. What do you want, Mel?
Well, I wanted to tell you that I'm available again.
Available again?
Yeah, I was sick with that virus, but Mr. Benny was kind enough to send over his doctor.
Oh, Jack's doctor, eh? What'd he do for you?
Oh, he gave me a shot, and now I feel fine.
Well, Mel, I'm glad you're better again, and I'll keep you in mind if anything turns up. Huh?
Thanks.
Oh, just a minute, Mel. Folks, give Mel Blanc a great big hand. You can go now. Mel.
Oh, Mr. Benny, I don't like to mention it, but this year you forgot to give me a Christmas present.
You just got it. So long, Mel.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
You know, Jack, I like Mel. He's always good for a laugh.
Yeah, he was sure the life of the party at my house New Year's Eve.
Well, Don, we certainly had a great time.
You can say that again, Bob.
And Mary, I'm awfully
Don.
glad you were well enough to attend my party, too.
Oh, so am I, Don. I had a wonderful time. But I haven't had a chance to tell you what happened after Jack and I left your house.
Oh, Mary.
What happened, Mary? Come on, tell me.
Well,
Mary, it's all over. Now forget about it.
I will not.
Oh,
Don.
Mary, don't tell him now, will you?
I will. John, it was about 2 in the morning, and Jack was taking me home. Oh, gosh, it was a wonderful party.
Yeah, Mary, sure was a great New Year's Eve party. And isn't it a lovely night out?
Sure is.
What a beautiful sky. You know, the stars look so close, and they seem to be different colors. Red, pink, blue, yellow.
That's confetti on your glasses.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, Mary, it was certainly a wonderful New Year's Eve party. We sure had a lot of...
Pardon me, folks. Pardon me.
Huh?
What do you think I ought to get my wife for Christmas?
Christmas? Mr. Christmas was a whole week ago. This is New Year's.
You mean it's already 1949?
Look, it's 1954.
Oh, my goodness. I better get home.
Well, everybody celebrates in his own way, I guess. Well, here's your house. Here's your house, Mary.
Yeah.
Mary,
What is it, Jack?
well, since this is the new year, how about giving me a little kiss? Huh?
Oh, Jack, let's not go through that again. You always get so emotional.
I do not.
You do, too. The last time I kissed you, you ran home, threw yourself across the bed, and cried for an hour.
Well, I always do when I drink too much.
You had 1 glass of eggnog.
Well, somebody spiked the nutmeg. Anyway, Mary.
Well, good night, Jack, and a Happy New Year.
Good night, Mary. Hey, wait a minute, Mary. How would you like to go to the Rose Bowl game?
Hey, that'd be wonderful, but have you got tickets?
No, but there's plenty of time. Look, the game doesn't start till tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow. It's already 2 o'clock in the morning.
Well, don't worry about it. I'll get the tickets. Come on, let's go in your house. I want to use your phone.
That's an old excuse, but I'll take a chance.
Oh, don't be silly. Well, let's see. Who can I... Well, I'll be darned. There's the blanket. You weren't kidding about my doctor, were you? Now, let's see. Who can I get tickets from?
Jack, you shouldn't call anyone. It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, but it's New Year's. Now, who can I call for tickets?
Well, let me see now. Do you know Red Sanders, the coach of UCLA?
Not very well. But wait a minute. I'm pretty friendly with Jess Hill, you know, the coach of USC. I'll call him.
The USC coach? Oh, he may have... Wait a minute, Jack. You can't call Jess Hill at this hour. He may be asleep.
What do you mean asleep? He hasn't slept since the Notre Dame game.
But
maybe he isn't in a good mood. Wait a minute. I know who'll let me have the extra tickets if he has any.
Who?
Ronald Coleman.
Jack, you wouldn't call Mr. Coleman at this hour.
Why not? This is New Year's Eve. Hand me the phone.
The Ronald Coleman residence, Sherwood, the butler speaking.
Sherwood, this is Mr. Benny. May I speak to Mr. Coleman?
Mr. Coleman is asleep, sir.
Asleep already? Didn't he celebrate New Year's Eve?
Oh, yes. We had a rip-roaring time here till almost 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock? How could you celebrate the New Year that early?
We're on London time, you know.
Oh, yes. Well, Sherwood, the reason I called is to find out if Mr. Coleman has any extra tickets to the Rose Bowl.
Oh, I'm sure he hasn't any.
Oh. Well, in that case, Sherwood, I'm sorry I woke you up. But I do want to take this opportunity to wish you a Happy New Year, and that 1954 will be a year that you and yours will enjoy not only health and happiness, but
I say, old chap, would you mind saying goodbye? There's a draft going up my nightshirt.
Oh, I'm sorry. Goodbye, Sherwood.
Goodbye.
Do you have any luck, Jack?
No, the Colemans didn't have any extra tickets. But they have cross ventilation.
What?
Nothing.
Jack, it's after 2:30. I'm going to bed.
Wait a minute, Mary. I just thought of something. For the Rose Bowl game, they always put about 6,000 tickets on public sale. All we have to do is go down and buy them at the box office.
But, Jack, there'll be 1 million people there.
All right, so look how early we'll be. Now, I'll call Rochester, have him pick us up in my car, and take us out to Pasadena.
Do you think the car will make this hill, Jack?
Sure. Rochester, give it a little more gas.
Okay.
We made it, Mary. You can hop in now. Try to make some time, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Say, Rochester, where were you when Mr. Benny called you?
I was at a party on Central Avenue.
Was the party over?
Oh, no. In fact, it was getting bigger and bigger.
Who gave it?
I don't know. The people died 6 years ago.
Rochester, you mean the party's been going on for 6 years?
Longer than that. Some of the people there are still drinking near beer.
Well, Rochester, don't they know that Prohibition was repealed?
There's one old man there who doesn't even know it was started.
Now, Rochester, I know a shortcut to Pasadena. Turn to the left on the next corner.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. If you turn left, you'll be going in the wrong direction. You should turn right.
No, I think left. What do you think, Rochester?
Straight ahead.
Look, there's a policeman on the corner. Stop the car and I'll ask him. Pardon me, do we turn left here to get to the Rose Bowl?
I don't know.
Well, will this street take us to Pasadena?
I don't know.
Well, does it lead into the freeway?
I don't know.
You don't know anything. A fine policeman you are.
I'm not a policeman.
Then why are you wearing that blue uniform?
I'm a Western Union boy, but I look lousy in brown.
Drive on, Rochester, straight down this street, then turn left till we hit the freeway. Gee, what a crowd.
Yeah. Here it is almost noon. We've been standing in this ticket line for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, look. Here comes the Rose Bowl band marching into the stadium.
Oh, yeah.
happy, go lucky, be happy, get better taste. Be happy, go lucky strike today. Be happy, go lucky, and smoke more in 54. Be happy, go lucky strike today. Get better taste. Be happy, go lucky strike today. Be happy, go lucky, and smoke more in 54. Be happy, go lucky strike today.
Mary, there's something exciting about a band at a football game.
Yeah.
Gee, I wish this ticket line would move. I want to make sure to... Hey, you back there, stop shoving. I wonder how long it'll be before... I said stop shoving. I can't understand, Mary. People go to football games and it brings out the worst. Look, I warned you twice. If you shove me once more, I'll drag you out of line.
I can't help it, mister. People are pushing me.
I don't care if they are.
Jack, control yourself.
All right. Lucky for her, she's wearing glasses. Say, Mary, I'm getting kind of hungry.
Me too. I think there's a man selling hot dogs over there.
Where? Oh, yes. Hey, mister, you with the hot dog.
How many is your desire?
Why, it's Mr. Kitzel! Happy New Year, Mr. Kitzel.
Likewise, and season's greetings to you too, Miss Livingstone.
Well, same to you, Mr. Kitzel. And you know, this is a coincidence. The first time we met you was at the Rose Bowl, and you were selling hot dogs then, too. That was 8 years ago.
These are the same hot dogs. I had some left over.
Well, if these hot dogs are 8 years old, I don't think I want any.
Mr. Bennett, to you I'll give the fresh ones, and they'll be only 6 cents apiece.
Wait a minute. Hot dogs for only 6 cents apiece? Where do you get your meat?
From a doctor in Beverly Hills.
Jack, that must be your horse doctor.
Do you want the pickle in the middle and the mustard on top, or the mustard in the middle and arquero on top?
Mr. Kitzel, stop making jokes, and here's your money.
Thank you, Mr. Benny, and a very happy New Year.
Same to you. Same to you. Say, Mary, gee, this hot dog tastes good.
Oh, darn it, this line doesn't seem to move up at all.
Boy, I sure hope we can get tickets. I'm so anxious to see the game.
Hey, Chum. Chum.
Huh?
You say you want to get tickets? You say you want to see the game? Tell you what I'm going to do.
What?
I got a pair of tickets smack on the 40-yard line. And you can have them for only $50.
He's choking on man of war.
You're darn right I'm choking. Look, mister, you got a nerve charging $50 for a pair of football tickets.
That ain't nothing. I heard about a comedian who gives applause for Christmas presents.
Hey, you back there, I warned you 3 times to stop shoving. If you don't, I'll...
You what?
Gee, somebody must have taken her place.
I took a place. I'm her husband.
Well, congratulations. She's a lovely girl.
Jack, move up. You're next to the ticket window.
Oh, yes, yes.
All right, mister, how many tickets do you want?
How much are they?
$5.50.
Well...
Here's my money, Jack.
No, Mary, I'll pay for these.
I'll buy my own. I've still got money left from the May Company.
Okay.
one ticket, mister, please.
Here you are.
Give me one ticket right next to her.
Here you are, and boy, are you too lucky. Those are the last tickets.
How do you like that, the last ticket?
Come on, Mary, let's get out of here. Boy, are we lucky. I had my heart set all year on seeing this game, and now I'm going to see it. Come on, Mary, we're over at Tunnel 16.
Okay.
Kind of chilly. I want to get a cup of coffee first. You want one, Mary?
No, I don't want to get mixed up in that crowd. I'll go ahead and hold our seat.
Okay. See you in a few minutes, Mary. Don't let them start the game without me. Let's see where I can get the coffee. Oh, there's the stand over there. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. Da-dum. Oh, boy, I was up all night, stood in line for 5 hours, but it was worth it to get this ticket. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum.
Hey, mister.
Huh?
How many tickets you got to the game?
One.
What'd you pay for it?
$5.50.
I'll give you $6 for it.
What? Are you crazy? I've been looking forward to this game all year. I've been up all night calling people, begging people for tickets. I drove all the way down here from Beverly Hills in that traffic. I waited in line all night to get this ticket.
I'll give you $8.
It's guys like you that always... How much?
$8.
Mister, do me a favor, will you?
What?
There'll be a girl sitting next to you. Tell her you picked my pocket.
Okay, here's your money.
Thanks. So long, mister. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. Gee, I hate to miss that game. But then again, with this money, I can... Wait a minute. What kind of $5 bill did he give me? Look at the picture on it. Liberace. On the other side is his brother George. Hey, mister, come back here. Come back here. Come back here with my ticket.
Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, a word from the sweetheart of Lucky Strike.
Hi, friends. This is Dorothy Collins. You know, I'll bet that if someone asked you why you smoked, what it was exactly you liked about a cigarette, I'll bet the important word in your answer would be taste. Because, gee, isn't good taste what everybody wants in a cigarette? Smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. And the fact of the matter is, Lucky's taste better. And there are two good reasons why that's true. In the first place, LS-MFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Naturally mild, good-tasting tobacco. And second, Luckies are made better to taste better. Made round and firm and fully packed to draw freely and smoke evenly. And that, friends, is the whole story. That's exactly why Luckies taste better, because Luckies are made with fine tobacco, and because they're made better. Why don't you try a carton soon? Be happy. Go Lucky. How about it? Luckies taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Luckies taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting, fine tobacco.
Luckies taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike.
Well, anyway, Don, now you know I'll never go to another football game with Jack.
I don't blame you, Mary.
That smart guy buying my ticket with that phony $5 bill. I'd like to see him again. I tell him plenty.
Well, drop into Ciro's tonight. You can.
How do you know he's going to be there?
I got a date with him.
How do you like that? Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Tackerberry, Al Gordon, Hal Goldman, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks. The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
And now, Around the World, the Jack Benny program. Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Rochester, Dennis A. Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in presenting the star of our show, it gives me great pleasure to bring you a man who...
Just a minute, Don. Hold it a minute.
What?
Don, today, instead of you introducing me, I'm going to introduce you.
Me?
Yes, Don. Ladies and gentlemen, today not only marks the anniversary of Don Wilson's 30th year in radio, but it also commemorates his 20th year with me. So, Don, take a bow.
Jack, this is so touching.
Don, this day is yours. Today we will all pay homage to you. When I say we, I mean the entire cast. Your slightest wish will be our command. Whatever you... Don, you're crying.
But, gee, I can't help it, Jack.
See, the way those tears are running between your chins, it looks like you're irrigating something. Now, Don, please stop sniffling.
Well, I'm all right now, Jack. I just couldn't help getting emotional when I realized that you've been with me for 20 years.
No, Don, you've been with me. With me.
To think that I came on this show when it was down, and because of
down?
And because of my personality and showmanship, I raised it to the pinnacle of success.
Don, wait a minute.
It wasn't easy, and there were many setbacks, but every time the show was down, I brought it up again.
Now, wait a minute, Don. My show was never down. So don't make things up.
Well, now let's not argue, Jack. Really, let's don't argue because, well, and besides, I want to thank you for making this not only a memorable, but a profitable occasion.
Profitable? What did Jack do for you, Don?
Go ahead, Donzie. Tell Bob Crosby.
Well, Bob, not only did I get $500 cash, but I also got a brand new DeSoto convertible for my wife, a trip to New York for the two of us on the Super Chief, and a whole week at the Waldorf Astoria. Jack, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, gosh, Jack gave you all of that?
No, but it was his letter that got me on strike at Rich.
You're darn right.
Well, Jack, I guess it won't seem like much now, but, well, since today is Don's 20th anniversary with you, the boys in the band got something for him, and here it is, Don.
Oh, gee, thanks, Bob.
What is it, Don? What is it?
Well, now, wait, Jack, lay unwrap it.
Okay. Boys in the orchestra, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
Jack, look at this. A diamond-studded cigarette lighter.
Well, I'm glad that you like it, Don. My musicians went through a lot of trouble to get it for you.
Well, Bob, that's a beautiful lighter your boys got for Don, but you'd think it would be wrapped a little better. Who did it?
The owner of the store.
The owner of the store? I could have wrapped it better than that.
Not with your hands up over your head.
Bob, you mean the boys held up a jewelry store?
Well, it was an accident, Jack. You see, when they walked into the store, Remley had his guitar under his coat.
Uh-huh.
The man thought it was a machine gun. He threw up his hands and said, "Take anything that you want."
Well, that's still dishonest. Frankie should have opened his coat and showed the jeweler that it wasn't a gun.
Oh, Frankie did better than that. He took out the guitar, started to play, and the guy said, "Look, you got what you want. Stop torturing me."
Well, that I can understand. Anyway, Bob, it was very nice of your boys to bring down that present.
Well, he deserves it, Jack. After all, he took this program when it was down, and he started...
It wasn't down! Now, look, this show isn't 5 minutes old, and already I'm aggravated.
That makes two of us.
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis. What's the matter with you?
I got up on the wrong side of the bed this morning.
So what?
I fell out the window.
What?
It's 3 stories. Boy, am I lucky I wasn't hurt.
Oh, you landed on your head, huh? Was that it? Was that it, Dennis?
No, on the mailman's head.
Oh, fine.
I guess he'll have to find himself a new job.
A new job? Why?
Yeah, now he's too short to reach the mailboxes.
I don't know, Dennis. Everybody else just goes along. Why do these stupid things keep happening to you?
Oh, I guess it's because I got such a bad start in life. You know, I was an incubator baby.
An incubator baby? How much did you weigh?
11 pounds.
Dennis, if you were that big, why did they keep you in an incubator?
They were afraid to let my mother get her hands on me.
Well, what did your father have to say?
Nothing. He was hiding in there with me.
Dennis, this is all very interesting, but why don't you just sing now and save the rest of your biography for This Is Your Life?
I'd rather you got me on Strike It Rich.
All right. I'll do it sometime. Just sing.
Yes, sir.
When the world seems to shine like you've had too much wine, that's amore. Bells will ring, ting-a-ling-a-ling, ting-a-ling-a-ling, and you'll sing Vita Bella. Hearts will play tippy-tippy-tay, tippy-tippy-tay, like a gay tarantella. When the stars make you drool, just like a pasta fazool, that's amore. When you dance down the street with a cloud at your feet, you're in love. When you walk in a dream, but you know you're not dreaming, signore. Scusa me, but you see, back in old Napoli, that's amore. When the stars make you through, just like a pasta fazool, that's amore. La 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 la. When you dance down the street with the cloud at your feet, you're in love. That's amore. When you walk in a dream, but you know you're not dreaming, signore. Scusa me, but you see, back in old Napoli, that's amore. That's amore. Scusa me, but you see, back in old Napoli, that's amore.
That was Dennis Day singing That's Amore with the Sportsman Quartet. And fellas, if you don't mind, I'm dedicating that song to Don. You see, this is a special occasion today. It's Don Wilson's 20th anniversary with me. And in honor of this, for our feature attraction tonight, we're going to do a special sketch based on the life... Oh, excuse me. I'll get it. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Bennett, this is Rochester.
Rochester, I'm in the middle of my show. What do you want?
Well, boss, do you remember that sweet little old lady who came by here last week?
Little old lady?
You know, the one that sold you that 50-cent raffle ticket on a Cocker Spaniel.
Oh, yes. Now I remember.
Well, she's back again.
What does she want this time?
$100,000. She fell down your steps.
Well, Rochester, she's suing me for $100,000?
Cheer up, boss. I got some good news for you, too.
What good news?
You won the dog.
Rochester, who cares about the dog? I'm being sued for $100,000. Tell me, was the woman badly hurt?
She claims she sprained her ankle.
Sprained her ankle? Well, that's no grounds for a suit like that.
That's what I told the 4 men with her.
4 men? Are they lawyers?
I think so. Their names are Habeas Corpus, Delecti, and Giesler.
Giesler? She just sprained her ankle. I didn't blacken her eye. Now, look, Rochester, don't admit anything and get in touch with my insurance man. I'm covered for things like this.
Okay.
I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
We just got a copy of Parade magazine, and your picture is on the cover.
Parade magazine? Oh, yes. And my picture's in color, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
How do my eyes look?
Green.
Green?
There's a spinach ad on the other side of the page.
A spinach ad?
When you hold it up to the light, you look like you're peeking through a head.
All right. I'll see it when I get home. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now, where was I? Oh, yes. As I started to say, tonight, for our feature attraction, we're going to do the story of Don Wilson's life.
Oh, please, Jack. Really, this is embarrassing.
Now, don't you be so modest, Don. You deserve it.
Yeah, I'll say. After all, you took the show and it was down and you put it right...
It wasn't
where...
down! And anyway, Dennis, that was 20 years ago and you were only 8 at the time. So how would you know?
I had a radio in my incubator.
Yeah, incubator. Now, come on, let's get on with it. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of Don Wilson's 20th year on my program, we're going to present a play based on his life. The Don Wilson story, or Life Can Be Plentiful. Curtain. Music.
Our story opens in Denver, Colorado, many years ago. The stork has just delivered a precious bundle to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Donald C. Wilson, Sr. The mother happily whispers to the father.
Darling, it's a boy.
And the proud father said.
Yes, aren't we lucky? The stork brought us a boy.
And the stork said.
Oh, my aching back.
As the proud parents leaned over the crib looking at their newborn son, the baby said. 3 days later, he said.
I want a roast beef sandwich.
He was developing slowly. During that first week, 3 nurses quit because they just couldn't stand giving him his bottle. It was exasperating. The gravy would slip through, but the mashed potatoes were murder. But Donald was a good boy. Although his parents did have trouble getting him to sleep.
Now, come on, baby. Come on. It's time for Betty Bye. Now, baby, stop that. Baby, stop. Baby, put me down.
You better let me have
having, dear?
Okay.
Now, Donald, close your little eyes, and Mommy will sing you to sleep. Rock-a-bye, baby, in the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. If the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come Donald, Denver, and all. Look, dear, he's asleep.
The years passed quickly, and Don entered college. And since his burning ambition was to become a radio announcer, he majored in elocution.
How now, brown cow? How now, brown cow?
And the cow and Don... Don was a brilliant student, and he graduated from college, magna cum laude. But the night that he was packing to leave the campus, he got an emergency call. His father had met with an accident. Don dropped everything and rushed to the hospital.
You may go in and see him now, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, nurse.
Oh, and don't stay too long. It was quite an accident, and, well, your father's quite old now.
Yes, I keep forgetting. You know, I haven't seen him for years. Dad.
Howdy, Blubber.
Gosh, Dad, I just can't get over it.
What's that, son?
Well, I know it's been a long time since I've seen you, but I'd hardly recognize you. How come you look so different?
'Cause Bob Crosby can't play the part of an old man.
Don had made up his mind to be a radio announcer. Although Don didn't know it at the time, our paths were about to cross. I was doing a show then for the Universal Corset Company. And one day my sponsor called, so I went straight to his office.
Gee, my sponsor really has a nice building here. He certainly believes in advertising. Look at that big neon sign. The Universal Corset Company. And look at their slogan. Gather unto you what is yours. Well, I better go in. I beg your pardon, sir, but would you tell Mr. Willoughby that Jack Benny's here to see him?
Well, Mr. Willoughby's expecting you, Mr. Benny. Go right through that door.
Thank you.
Yes?
Mr. Willoughby, please.
Oh, you're Mr. Benny. Mr. Willoughby's expecting you. Go right through that door.
Thank you.
Yes?
I'm here to see Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, you're Jack Benny.
Yes.
Mr. Willoughby's expecting you. Go right through that door.
Thank you.
Yes?
Miss, I'm Jack Benny. Mr. Willoughby is expecting me.
Who's Mr. Willoughby?
Look, miss, isn't this the Universal Corset Company?
Yes?
Well, Mr. Willoughby is the president.
Oh, you mean Poopsie.
Poopsie?
Yes. Go right through that door.
Oh, well, all right. Mr. Willoughby?
Yes, surprise.
Mr. Willoughby, I'm Jack Benny.
Yeah, I know. Come right in.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Willoughby, what is it you wanted to see me about?
Well, I hate to bother an artist of your stature with trifles, but a strange thing has happened since you've been broadcasting for us.
What's that?
We've been losing money. We've been selling corsets for 15 years, and this is the first time the company is feeling the pinch.
Mr. Willoughby, just what is your complaint about my program?
I can't stand the way you read our commercials. I want you to hire an announcer.
So I started auditioning announcers. I tried voices, all kinds of voices. Deep ones, high ones, soft ones, loud ones.
All right, Bud, you're next. Read this. The Universal Corset Company presents Jack Benny. Now, the show opens, and you say...
The Universal Corset Company presents No. That's all, folks.
I auditioned over 500 people, but I wasn't getting any place. It was then that I decided to try my luck at the famous Acme Elocution School.
A with a U is A-U, A-U. D with a U is D-U, D-U. U-D, U-D, U-A, U-A. G with a U is G-U, G-U. E with a U is E-U, E-U. A-U, E-U, G-U, D-U.
Very good, students. Very good. Now, what did you think of that, Mr. Benny?
P with a U is P-U, P-U.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. You see, I'm a big comedian, and I couldn't resist the opportunity, but I really am looking for a radio announcer.
Well, you've come to the right place. Now, let's see. In this class, I have little Harry Von Zell, Billy Goodwin, Jimmy Wallington, and that fat one over there is Donald Wilson.
Donald Wilson. Gee, I like that name, and he looks like he might be just right for my program.
Well, certainly, Mr. Benny. I'll call him over. Oh, Donald. Donald, this is Jack Benny.
How do you do?
How with an H and an O and a U and an O and a D is a how do you do?
Now, Mr. Wilson, I'm considering you as an announcer for my program. And if you take the job, I hope everything turns out fine.
Thank you.
Now, about your salary, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, I'm so anxious to get into radio. I'll work for my 3 meals a day.
Well, I wasn't planning to go that high. Look, Mr. Wilson, money isn't everything, and you said yourself that you were anxious to get into radio.
I know, but if I'm not going to make a halfway decent salary, why should I go on a show that's down?
It's not down. How did I get in the script?
It's in there because it happens to be true.
It is not.
It is true.
It is not.
Jack, you're ruining the whole scene.
I don't care. My show was never down.
It was true.
You stay out of it.
Don't pick on him, Green Eyes.
What?
Poop
That does it.
Jack, let's get back to my story, the story of my life.
I don't care about your life. I'm sick of it. I'm going home. Goodbye.
Jack!
G with an O, with an O, with a D, with a B, D, bye. Goodbye. Don't try and be nice to people.
No doubt most of you fellas and gals in the service have heard of USAFI. But do you know what it means? Actually, USAFI stands for two things. First, USAFI stands for the United States Armed Forces Institute, the largest classroom in the world. But it stands for something else, too. Spell it backwards, and USAFI becomes IFASU, which means Insurance for All Servicemen Uninformed. But spelled forwards or backwards, USAFI is the key to your future success, whether you plan to follow a military or a civilian career. Enroll in a USAFI course today. See your unit I&E officer or write USAFI, Madison 3, Wisconsin. For uniform education, study with USAFI.
Hello, Rochester.
Hello, boss.
What's that?
That's the Cocker Spaniel you won in the raffle.
Oh, isn't he cute?
You better like him a lot, boss. He may wind up costing you $150,000.
Wait a minute. The woman that fell down was only suing me for $100,000. What's the $50,000 for?
You're being sued again. The dog just bit somebody.
Oh, no. Good night, folks.
Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, and John Tackerberry, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks. Don Wilson speaking. Good night. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents transcribed the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Titley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Phil and Alice have always been glad to extend the hospitality of their house for worthy causes. Tonight, they find their house being used for a purpose they could never have dreamed of. More about that later. First, a word from RCA Victor. The more you see of television sets, the more you'll want an RCA Victor Super Set. No other television compares with RCA Victor for quality and performance. Ask your RCA Victor dealer to show you the Rockingham, for example. The Rockingham is a magnificent 21-inch console, the most luxurious model in the Super Set line. It brings you television with picture power, clearer, stronger pictures. Yet you'll be surprised at the Rockingham's moderate cost. In fact, all RCA Victor prices are low. They start as low as $229.95. And they're complete prices, too, including federal excise tax, full-year warranty on your picture tube, and no extra charge for mahogany finishes. So, buy a Super Set. Get the 21-inch Rockingham. Then, ask about a factory service contract. When you buy RCA Victor television with RCA factory service, you get television's greatest combination. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. This morning, Phil had a phone call from Grogen. He told Phil that it was important that he see him. Grogen didn't tell him why, but he said he'd be over as soon as he finished a business meeting. And now let us look in on Grogen's business meeting.
All right. Come to order. Come to order, gentlemen. Please control yourselves. Remember, this is a high-class business meeting. I want you gentlemen to conduct yourselves with dignity and decorum. Because if you don't, I shall be obliged to pistol whip you.
What's this meeting about, Crow?
I'm getting it. I'm going to make a speech. Fellow three-time losers. Before we get to the matter at hand, I want it clearly understood that this meeting is to be conducted in an orderly fashion, like any other board of directors meeting. I have furnished our recording secretary with a solid gold fountain pen with which to take down the minutes. All right, Mr. Secretary, start writing.
I can't.
Why not?
Somebody stole the pen.
Oh, fellas, cut it out. That ain't cricket. Now, I'm going to give the guy who stole a pen a chance to admit it. Now, who took it?
I took it, Grove.
Shame on you, Shorty. Where's the pen?
I put it in my pants pocket.
Well, give it back.
I can't.
Why not?
Somebody stole me pants.
Maybe we'd better drop the investigation. Gentlemen, we are gathered here for a very auspicious occasion. Now, as you all know, today one of our illustrious comrades is getting out of the penitentiary. He is coming out at 5 o'clock this afternoon.
How do you know he's coming out at 5?
Because that's the time I planned the jailbreak. And so tonight, in honor of his liberation, we are throwing a big party for our esteemed associate, Charlie Cross, affectionately known to us as Red.
Why do we have to throw a party for the bum?
Because Red was innocent. The guy was framed by some no-good stool pigeons. And this party is to prove that we was only joking when we squealed on him.
Where can we hold a party? Well, the cops will be looking for Red.
Yeah, I thought of that. So we are going to have the party at the last place the cops will think are looking for an escaped convict. At the home of Phil Harris and Alice Faye.
Well, it's sure nice of them to let us hold a party there.
Oh, they don't know about it yet. I'm going over and tell Harris now.
Supposing he objects?
Oh, he won't. Phil Harris is broad-minded, generous, liberal, and yellow. Now, don't forget, we're holding the party out at the Harris home at 8 o'clock tonight. I want you all to come and bring your wives and girlfriends.
Both at the same time?
All right, just bring your wife. Now, this is going to be a high-class party, so dress formal.
Formal? What should my wife wear?
Tuxedo, of course.
Now, if you gentlemen will excuse me, I'll go over to see the Harrises and invite them to our party at their house.
Phil, I wonder what Mr. Grogen is coming over to see us about. You know, it's bothering me.
Oh, I don't think it's anything important. He probably wants you to pass some counterfeit money at the market for him.
Please. I wish Frankie had never introduced me to a person like Grogen.
Now, don't pick on Frankie. He just has a big heart, and he makes friends with everybody. Remley's a good kid. Hey, I wonder if that's Grogen. Come in.
Hiya, Curly.
Hiya, Remley. I was just talking about you.
I'll sue you. How dare you say such nasty things about me?
Well, wait a minute. What makes you think I said nasty things about you? I may have said nice things.
What's there nice to say about me?
I see your point.
Frankie, Mr. Grogen called and he's coming over to see us.
Yeah, do you know what it's all about, Remley?
Have you been keeping up your monthly blackmail payments?
I ain't paying him no blackmail.
I'm talking to Alice.
Why should I be paying Grogen blackmail?
So he won't tell everybody that your real name is Fanny Finkelfinger.
Oh, it is not, is it, Phil?
Of course not. And I ought to know. Her real name is on our marriage certificate. Bertha Benchwarmer.
Fellas, why do you hate me? It doesn't make any difference what my name was. The only name I want is the name I acquired when I married you, honey. Mrs. Wonga Wagon Wheel.
Pretty, ain't it? Hey, Remley, tell me something. How did you happen to get tied up with a hoodlum like Grogen?
Well, I didn't know what he was when I met him. I didn't find out for a long time. It's like a lot of people you're close to. You don't know if they're crooked or not. For example, Curly, you're married to Alice, but what do you really know about her?
What do you mean?
For all you know, she may be a successful crook.
Don't be silly. If she were a successful crook, she'd have a lot of money stashed away someplace that... Alice.
See what I mean, Curly? You don't get the kind of loot she's got, honestly.
Say, Alice, did I see you coming out of Reno last month with a safe on your back?
Bill, you shouldn't kid like that. Somebody might hear you and take it seriously. You know I've never done a dishonest thing in my life. I never stole anything, I never cracked a safe, and I never robbed anybody.
You're a pretty dull dame, ain't you?
How did you get in here?
Came in through the door?
You couldn't have. The door was locked.
I know. I had to take it off the hinges.
Well, look, as long as you're here, what did you want to see me about?
Oh, nothing important. Just wanted to tell you that me and my friends are having a party at your house tonight.
Now, wait a minute. What do you mean you're having a party at my house? Did you ask us if you could?
All right. I'll ask you. Can we have a party at your house tonight?
Absolutely not. And that's final.
You true?
Yeah.
Then help me roll up the rug. They'll be dancing tonight.
Grogen, you can't dictate to these people. They're not slaves. You can't tell them what...
Quiet, Remley, quiet. You go down to the wine cellar and bring up a couple of cases.
You can't order me to... Wine cellar? Yes, master.
Oh, you picked a good wine store. The last time I sent him down for a bottle of wine, he was gone a fortnight. 3 months. Look, Grogen, you're not having any party at my house.
Now, don't be an antisocial schnook. Me and my friends are going to have a party for Red Cross, and we're going to have a hair.
But, Grogen, you... Red Cross? Well, why didn't you say it was for the Red Cross?
Well, but this Red Cross...
Now, we know the Red Cross is a wonderful organization, and we'll be glad to let you have our house for the party.
Well, yeah. Yeah, we're having a party for the Red Cross, yeah.
Look, I have an idea how we can raise a lot of money for the Red Cross.
Well, that would be appreciated. How you going to do it?
Well, we'll have some entertainment at the party. I'll sing.
Would you?
And I'll sing too, Grogen.
Must you?
Look, I happen to have a good voice, and I'm going to prove it to you right now. They call you Lady Luck, but there is room for doubt. At times you have a very unladylike way of running out. You're on a date with me. The pickings have been lush. And yet before this evening is over, you might give me the brush. You might forget your manners. You might refuse to stay. And so the best that I can do is pray. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck if you've ever been a lady to begin with. Luck be a lady tonight.
Be a lady, luck, be a lady.
Luck, let a gentleman see.
Let a gentleman see.
How nice a dame you can be.
How nice you can be.
I know the way you've treated other guys you've been with. Luck, be a lady tonight.
Tonight be a lady, luck.
Lady doesn't leave her escort. It isn't fair.
It isn't fair.
It isn't nice.
It isn't nice.
A lady doesn't wander all over the room and blow on some other guy's dice. So let's keep the party polite. Never get out of my sight. Stick with me, baby, I'm the fella you came in with. Luck be a lady, luck be a lady, luck be a lady tonight.
Whenever you're ready, we ought to go steady. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck be a lady tonight.
Luck, if you've ever been a lady to begin with, luck be a lady tonight.
Stick with me, luck, stick with me, lady luck.
Let a gentleman see how nice a dame you can be.
I know the way you've treated other guys you've been with. Luck, be a lady with me.
Lady doesn't leave her escort.
It isn't fair, it isn't nice.
A lady doesn't wander all over the room and blow on some other guy's dime.
It isn't nice.
So let's keep the party polite. Never get out of my sight. Stick with me, baby, I'm the fella you came in with. Luck be a lady, luck be a lady, luck be a lady tonight. Well, Grogen, do you think your friends will like my singing?
Well, let me put it this way. If you got a bulletproof vest, wear it.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Grogen. Whom have you invited? Are they nice people? Are they the kind of people we want in our house?
Miss Faye, I assure you the people who are coming here tonight are wanted every place. You can expect us about 8 p.m. I'll see you later.
Hey, wait a minute. I'll go with you, Grogen. I got to go home and get dressed. I'll see you at the party, Curly.
Phil, are you ready? It's almost 8 o'clock. Our guests should be arriving soon.
Yeah, I'm all dressed. You know something, honey? It makes a guy feel good to be doing a thing like this for the Red Cross. Yeah. You know, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if...
Oh, must be some of our guests. Come on, Phil. Let's greet them. Oh, I hope the people Mr. Grogen invited are nice.
Well, they gotta be nice. After all, they're coming over for a Red Cross benefit.
That's true, Phil. They must be fine people. Oh, good evening, gentlemen. Come right in.
Hey, Shorty, get a load of the blonde tomato.
Wow, that's for me.
I seen her first.
I toss you for it.
Hold it. I'll toss you for it. I got something to say about this.
Okay, we let you in on it. Odd man gets it.
That's fair enough. Let's make it 2 out of 3. Wait a minute. She's my wife.
Who you?
I'm Phil Harris.
Well, I ain't seen you around before. What mob you with? What's your racket?
Well, on the radio. Didn't you ever hear of me?
You ever been on the police course?
No.
Then we ain't never heard of you.
Look, you must have heard of me. I'm...
That must be some more guests.
Yes, gentlemen, will you please excuse us? Just go inside and make yourselves at home.
Don't worry about us. We'll find something to do.
Yeah, we'll play a game. Come on, Shorty. Last one to the world safe is the rotten egg.
Phil, what kind of people are those?
Now, don't get excited, honey. They're just kidding around.
Well, I hope the rest of the guests are more refined.
Well, I'm sure they will be, honey. Well. Uh-oh, look, we better open the door. Right. Good evening.
Hey, where's the bathroom?
Huh?
What's this? I want to wash the fingerprint ink off me hands.
Fingerprint ink? What?
Well, at least this one's neat. Hey, won't you and your young lady step in?
Okay. Well, don't stand there, stupid. Come on in.
I'm coming.
What do you want to hold a party in a dump like this for?
Oh, I think it's a nice dump, Louis.
Shut up! I'll introduce myself. My name is Louis the Lip.
Well, how do you do? Is this your wife?
Yeah, no cracks.
Aren't you going to introduce her?
What do you want to meet her for?
But Louis!
Shut up!
She don't talk much, does she?
Well, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Alice Faye. And
Alice
this is my...
Faye, the movie star. Will I be a trustee's uncle? I never thought I'd meet Alice Faye.
You've heard of me?
Naturally. I've been a fan of yours for the last 10 years.
You have?
Sure. They used to show all your moon pictures at the Hatchapee.
Hatchapee?
It's a movie theater, honey. Lowe's to Hatchapee.
You won't believe this, but I saw every one of your films. I just loved you. You had such a wonderful shape. What happened?
Well, it's not her fault. You see, she had a couple...
Shut up!
Let's quit horsing around. Where's the food?
Well, it's it on the dining room table, and I thought we'd wait till the rest of the guests arrive.
Nuts for them, I'm hungry. Oh, come on, I see the stuff on the buffet table.
So we'd better go along and watch them. I don't trust
Honey,
them.
don't be so suspicious. They're just eccentric socialites.
Hey, Harris, this grub is pretty good.
Who's this?
Oh, allow me to introduce you. Lady Cynthia, may I present Noel Coward? She just arrived.
Who you kidding? That's Louis Stahl. Hiya, Lola.
Hey, look, Louie, it's Shorty.
Hiya, fellas.
Hiya, Louis.
Hey, they really did this up good. That's nice silverware they got on the table.
You think that's nice? Wait till I show you the stuff I put in my pocket. Get a load of this fork. Go ahead, feel the weight of it.
Wait a minute. What's the idea of heisting our silverware?
I got a right to take it. It says so on the back of this fork.
All it says on the back of the fork is sterling silver.
Oh, I thought it said stealing silver.
Hey, Monty. Grogen told us there's going to be entertainment here tonight. Who's entertaining?
Well, I am.
Fine. I ain't seen a good stripteaser in years.
Look, I'm not a stripteaser. I'm a singer. And when I sing, I don't take anything off.
The things they call entertainment today. And nuts for the singing, let's eat.
Boy, be polite. If the broad wants to sing, let it sing. Go ahead, Blondie.
You'll never know just how...
I heard enough. Let's eat.
I like her voice. Louie, ask her if she'll sing our song. The one you always sing to me.
All right, I'll ask her. Hey, Blondie, you know, don't roll them bloodshot eyes at me.
I don't know that one.
Oh, I do. My picture's on the cover of the sheet music. Sold over 3... Uh-oh, that must be more guests. Come on, Alice.
Oh, Phil, where do these people come from? I've never met such awful-looking characters. I'm almost afraid to open the door.
Will you take it easy, honey? They can't get any worse. Oh, yes, they can. Ooh, get the mug on this one. Alice, don't look. You'll only get sick to your...
Curly, it's me.
Oh.
Frankie, what happened to your face?
On the way over, I met with an accident. I was walking along when I saw a girl standing with her back to me. She had curly blonde hair, and she looked cute, so I walked up behind her, slipped my arm around her, and said, "What's your name, honey?"
And what did she say?
Gorgeous George, and that's the last thing I remember.
Look, Remley, come on in and meet the rest of our guests.
I'd rather not. I feel self-conscious with my face in this condition.
Believe me, they won't notice. We got a girl in there who looks worse than you, and she wasn't even in a fight. Now, come on. Wait till you see some of these characters. They are without a...
Oh, that must be the rest of the guests. Oh, hello, Mr. Grogen. I see you brought a friend with you, and I'd like
Close the door, turn the lights out, and pull the shades down.
Wait a minute. What's all this for?
Grogen, who is this Fink?
Oh, I'm sorry, Red. This Fink is your host. Harris, I want you to meet the man that you are throwing the party for, Red Cross.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Cross? Red Cross!
Oh, no.
Pleased to meet you. Sorry I'm late, but I had a little trouble breaking out of jail.
Oh, this is all this party needs is an escaped con. Grogen, you get him out of here.
Look, this is the last straw. Phil, throw this gangster out of our house.
Who, me? I don't know this chap very well.
Never mind. I'll do it myself. Now, you get out of here, Mr. Cross. Now, get.
Lady, you push me once more, and I'll break your husband right in half.
I ain't pushing you, she is.
Phil, I'm ashamed of you. You shouldn't let this vicious killer bully you.
Yeah. Curly, are you going to let that gun he's carrying scare you? Just say the word, and I'll take it away from him.
Really? Okay. Proceed. Commence. Well?
Keep going. You haven't come to word yet.
Look, Red, let's talk this thing over. Now, I'm the kind of a guy... that's somebody at the back door. I'll go get it.
I'll go, too.
I'm coming with you. And remember, whoever it is, don't try to tip him off that I'm here or else.
Or else what?
Or else I'll knock off one of your kids. You wouldn't dare.
Besides, you don't know where my kids are, and I don't care what you do to me. I wouldn't tell you where they are.
Anybody home? It's me, Julius.
Well, here comes my oldest boy now. You're shot, Mr. Cross.
Hiya, Mr. Harris. Here's the stuff you ordered for the party.
Okay, punk, beat it. I'll take them groceries
Get
and
your
don't...
hairy paws off of that salami. You hurt me, Mac.
Why, you little run, I ought to hang one on you.
You do it, I'll take your paws.
Julius, you can't talk to that man like that. He's a...
Quiet and no cracks.
Yes, sir.
Curly, can I see you alone a minute? Excuse us, Red. You and Julius amuse yourselves. Maim each other or something. Hey, Curly.
What?
I got an idea. Come
here. Don't give me a knife.
Why don't you tell Julius who this guy is? Then he can go out and get the cops.
That's a great idea. How am I going to tell him? The guy's standing right here. He's going to know what I'm saying.
Not if you tell Julius in another language. You speak French?
Happens to be my business. Hey, watch me slip this past Red. He won't have any idea what I'm talking about. Monsieur Julius, this man is a criminal. So you scramez-vous and call the police.
The kid ain't calling no cops.
Just my luck, he understands French.
What are you trying to tell me, Mr. Harris?
Julius, why don't you run along and, look, kid, if you should happen to see a man in a blue uniform, salute him. He may be a naval officer.
Look, kid, you ain't leaving here because I'm going to...
What was that shot? What's going on in here?
Careful, Alice. Red almost shot me.
How dare you take a shot at my husband? This time you've gone too far. I'm going to teach you a lesson.
Stay away from me, lady.
I will not take that.
Ow! Oh! Curly, she knocked him out.
Yeah. Alice, my hero. Hey, Julius, call the cops.
I better call an ambulance, too. This guy's skull is cracked in 8 places.
Yeah, it sure is. Alice, what did you hit him with?
My money belt.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. It's the most outstanding table radio in years, the Livingston, a brilliant new AM/FM receiver by RCA Victor, world leader in radio. The Livingston brings you radio programs the way you've always wanted them, including full, clear, virtually static-free FM. You get superb quality and fidelity with RCA Victor's Golden Throat tone system, playing through the Livingston's powerful 8-inch speaker. And you enjoy a depth and brilliance of tone unsurpassed in table radios. The RCA Victor Livingston is way ahead in performance and value. Mighty good looking, too, with gold-colored trim on maroon plastic. Everything you've ever hoped for in a table model radio is yours with the Livingston. On Monday, why not visit your dealer and hear the Livingston for yourself? Made by RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations.
Folks, this is Phil again. A GI 2,000 miles from home needs help to fly to see his sick mother. A sailor's wife and children must have rent until his service allowance check clears. An old couple stand helplessly as muddy floodwaters wash away their home. Through your help, the Red Cross can answer their call. So give to the Red Cross this month generously. Thank you, and good night.
Good night, everybody.
This program is produced and transcribed by Paul Phillips. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or record, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in television.
Next, Theater Guild on the Air stars Red Harrison and Lily Palmer on NBC.
We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire, brought to you by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day brand vitamin tablets. And here they are, the Quiz Kids with Jack Benny as our special guest. Fine, Quiz Kids, get ready for those examination questions you listeners sent in. And if you hear your name on a question, you'll know a Zenith Portable radio is on its way to you. Because we give a Zenith Portable for every question used on the show. You just mail your questions to Quiz Kids, Chicago. We may rewrite them, and we must be sole judges in case of similarity. And now, with the rules and regulations taken care of, we'll get on with the quiz under the tutelage of our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Fort Pearson, and good evening, everyone. Fort forgot to mention one rule. Of the 5 quiz kids, the 3 with high scores come back again. Now, we had one quiz kid who could never come back again on that basis because he got no score at all. So tonight we bring him back anyway as guest judge. His name, ladies and gentlemen, is Jackie Benny. Now, His Honor, Judge Benny is going to be a little late for school tonight because he's giving his own show for the Army Air Force's Technical Training School away across town in Chicago. So we've arranged for a special escort to rush him here to the studios, and we have reserved an elevator, and it's waiting below to whisk him up to the 19th floor. And while we're waiting, we get on with roll call. Harvey?
I'm Harvey Bennett Fishman. I'm 12 years old and in the 8th grade at the Bradwell School.
Margaret?
I'm Margaret Merrick. I'm 14 years old. I live in Western Springs, and I'm a sophomore at Lyons Township High School.
Richard?
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 13 years old, and I'm in the 8th grade at Roosevelt School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Ruthie?
I'm Sandra Duskin. I'm 8 years old, and I'm in 5th grade at the Parkside School.
And Joe?
I am Joe Kupperman. I am 6 years old and 2A at both the schools.
Say, wait a minute, Joel. I thought you were going to be on Jack Benny's program right now. What happened?
Well, you see, the government needed some of the time on Jack Benny's program, and both the government and me there wouldn't be time enough for both the government and me, and the government was more important than me, so I got off.
Oh, well, good for you. Well, now that's a splendid way to look at it, Joel, and I really admire you. You really are a true little American gentleman. Meantime, Fort Pearson will take over in the mathematics department.
Well, here's the answer to one family problem, Joel. You can add to your comfort and subtract plenty from your miseries. if you try Alka-Seltzer when you're bothered with a headache or a touch of acid indigestion. In addition, you'll find Alka-Seltzer soothing when you have an upset stomach, simple neuralgia, or muscular aches and pains. And what's more, you can divide the small cost of Alka-Seltzer by the number of times it may prove helpful. And you'll find the price isn't even a fraction of the comfort it can bring. And that's exactly why the folks who praise Alka-Seltzer are multiplying day by day. Well, that's all for me, Joel. That's the quiz kid tinkle.
All right, Ford. Well, children, your first question is from Phil P. Greenwood of Brentwood, Maryland. If you were in a hurry to drain the water out of your bathtub, would it drain quicker if you continued to sit in the tub after pulling the plug, or if you climbed right out? Richard?
If you sat in the tub, it would drain quicker because the depth of the water would be greater, and so the pressure varies directly as the depth of the water, and it'd be deeper, so it'd go out quicker.
That's right, Richard, my boy. Good for you. Well, now, let's see. Harvey has his hand up. Harvey?
Well, I agree with Richard, and there's another reason, too. Well, the water would be higher, and a little bit of it would go out the drain that's on top of the tub, too.
Well, now, say, there's an angle we didn't cover. Okay, good boy, Harvey. Well, now, next question. I hope you won't be at sea answering this question from John H. Barron of Minneapolis, Minnesota. He wants you to think of 3 seas named after countries or islands. Joel?
There's the Trans Sea I read in John Moonsville of the Navy, and there's 2 of them, the North Trans Sea and the East Trans Sea, and there's the Irish Sea and the Arabian Sea.
Well, that's fine, Joel. That's all right, believe me. Well, we've got some more hands up. Let's see how far we can go with this. Margaret?
There's the Bering Sea.
Bering Sea after a country or an island, Margaret?
Well, there is a Bering Island in Bering Strait.
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to take your word for it. I don't have it on my card. I'm sorry. All right, Harvey?
Well, there's the Java Sea, and I think there's one called the Japan Sea.
Well, that is right. Now, Java Sea, that's another one that I'll have to look up, I'm afraid, because I don't have that on my card. Well, we've got more than enough. Thanks very, very much, kids. We better get along to the rest of our questions now. Gene Archer of Dallas, Texas, must be anticipating spring house cleaning. He wants to know how much it costs to wash completely a window 4 feet wide and 5 feet high at 2 cents a square foot. Margaret?
20 cents.
How much?
20 cents.
You say 20 cents?
No. It'd be 20 square feet, so it'd be 40 cents.
Well, no. Richard?
80 cents, because you'd have to wash both sides.
Both sides of the window. That's right. I said completely. Yes, sir. That was sort of a little catchy question, Margaret. All right, next question. Esther Woodward of Cleveland, Ohio, points out that some characters in literature are decidedly off the beam. What did these characters do to make you think they are a little off up here? The first character is Ophelia. Margaret?
Ophelia murdered.
Well, I think I'm going to have something more than that. From what?
From Hamlet.
Beg pardon?
She's from Hamlet.
Hamlet, by whom?
William Shakespeare.
That's right. Well, let's see if we can't get something further on Ophelia here. That's all right, Margaret. Ruthie?
What do you mean by off the beam?
Beg pardon? Well, that means, a little bit touched in the upper story up here, see?
She drowned herself.
That's right. And, Margaret, I think that you'll find that Ophelia didn't murder.
Meant murdered herself. I forgot about suicide.
Oh, I see. Yes, she drowned herself. All right, well, I guess that takes care of Ophelia. Now, how about Papageno? Papageno. Ruthie?
Well, he lied.
Well, yes. Can you tell us something else about him?
Well, he was a bird catcher, and he was condemned to serve Tamina in his search for Tamina.
Where would you find Papageno?
In the magic flute.
By whom?
Mozart.
By Mozart. That's right. Now, the next character is Mr. Billingsley. Richard?
Well, he just does sort of silly things around Jack Benny's house.
Tell me, Richard, can you quote him on anything?
Well, when we were on his program, he came in and he said, "Oh, hello, Mr. Benny, playing with the kiddies, I see."
Richard, can you tell me who takes the part of Mr. Billingsley?
I think it's Bill Morrow.
No. It's, well, that's beside the point. It's Eddie Boulogne, another of Jack Benny's writers. All right? So far, so good, kid. Well, now, Mrs. Frank C. Doyle of Elmira, New York, sends in these descriptions of girls mentioned in songs. What are the songs? This first lady is described by the author as the girl with the strawberry curls. Harvey?
Well, that's in Casey. The band played on, and Casey would waltz with the strawberry blonde. And the part that says the strawberry curls is he'd ne'er leave the girl with the strawberry curl, and the band played on.
Well, can you sing part of it for us, Harvey?
He ne'er leave the girl with the strawberry curl, and the band played on.
Well, makes everybody want to waltz, doesn't it? That was fine. Now, here's the next one. The buckwheat cake were in her mouth, the tear was in her eye. Richard?
Well, that's Susanna. From Oh, Susanna by Stephen Foster.
That's right. And I didn't really think you kids would get that because that's rather obscure. It's in the second verse, by the way. But can you sing part of Susanna for us?
Goes, the buckwheat cake was in her mouth, tear was in her eye. Says I'm coming from the south. Susanna, don't you cry.
That's very, very nice, Richard. Very nice. All right, Gordon S. Slaughter of Vestal, New York, sends in this Bible question. He wants to know who got left behind in each of these instances in the Bible. Here's the first instance. Escape for thy life. Look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed. Margaret?
Well, Lot escaped, and Lot's wife did not. She was turned to a pillar of salt.
That's right, Margaret. Now, here's the next instance. And the man, the lord of the country, said unto us, Hereby shall I know that ye be true men. Leave one of your brethren here with me, and take food for the famine of your households, and be gone. Ruthie?
Simeon was that.
Simeon, that's right. Good for you. Well, the next question is one that comes up in most every home where there are youngsters.
How can I get my children to take their vitamins without a lot of nagging and coaxing?
Well, that's easy. No doubt you're referring to vitamins A and D, or perhaps you call them the cod liver oil vitamins. So why don't you give these vitamins to your children in pleasant-tasting tablet form? Yes, I mean one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets made by Miles. Each of these easy-to-take tablets actually contains even more than a normal daily supply of vitamins A and D. And these one-a-day tablets are so pleasant-tasting, the children can chew them like candy. And, of course, Mother, from your point of view, you avoid not only the coaxing and nagging, but also there's no sticky spoons to wash, no greasy stains on clothes or tablecloth. These winter days, when so many colds are going around, it's wise to give the grown-ups, as well as the children, the vitamin protection of one-a-day vitamin A and D tablets. You take just a single tablet a day, and it costs very little, hardly more than a penny a day when you buy the family-size package at your drugstore. Remember that name, one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets made by the Miles Laboratory. Now, let's have more questions, teacher.
All right, Fort. Well, kids, Ruth Collins of St. Louis, Missouri, wonders whether you can shed any light on how these quotations end. Both mention candles. How far that little candle, and then what's the rest of it? Ruthie?
How far that little candle throws its beam, how shines a good deed in this naughty world.
Well, that's almost true, word for word. Let's see if we can't get in the correct words, Ruthie. Who's that by the way, Ruthie? Well, let's see if Margaret can tell us. Margaret?
Well, Portia says that's in The Merchant of Venice, also by Shakespeare, and I think it's the, how far that little candle throws its beams, so shines on a good deed in a naughty world.
That's right. You were off on just one word. It's his beams instead of its beams. Well, all right. We mustn't get too technical. Here's the next one now. In winter, I get up... Harvey?
In winter, I get up at night and dress by yellow candlelight. In summer, quite the other way, I have to go to bed by day.
And that is by...
By Robert Louis Stevenson. And it's, I think, a child's garden of verses.
Well, the name of it is... Let's see if we can bring that out. Joel?
Bed in Summer.
Bed in Summer, that's it, yeah. Hold everything. The door's opening, and yes, here he is, ladies and gentlemen, His Honor Judge Jack Benny.
Can I talk to you here?
I don't know. Through here? Well, all right, over there, Jack.
No, really, I hate to butt in on this thing like that. I'm sorry I'm late, but you see, I have my own program every Sunday night at 6 o'clock in Chicago, and I just got through with my own, and I had to run back to my hotel at the Stockyards Plaza, and then I had trouble coming. You know how crowded the cabs are now. You can't get any cabs or anything, so I finally got in a streetcar, and I had an argument with the conductor there. I just happened to ask him if they make rates for actors, and they said no, and had a little trouble there. Where do you want me to sit?
Right over here, Judge. Yes, but listen, you didn't need to go to all that bother. Ordinarily, our judges don't go in for white wigs, you know.
I'm going to find out pretty soon who's going to be the comedian here. That's what I'm...
Well, Judge, school's already in session, so you'd better take your place at the judge.
I'm glad to see all these kids again.
I bet you are. Yeah, we're mighty glad to see you.
Gosh, I haven't seen them since we played together about 20 years ago at the Palace, you know?
By the way, Judge, here are the scores up to this point, and you can carry on from there and keep tabs on the score. All right. Now, let's see.
Pardon me, I put on my glasses. I'm at that trombone age, you know, where you get this thing.
Well, that's all right. That's all right, Jack. Don't apologize. Now, here's our next question here. Here's a surprising question from Joe Hefner of Hamburg, New York.
Really?
Oh, yeah, this is for the children. Yeah. Now, who was the last Democratic president to serve only one term? The last Democratic president to serve only one term. Margaret?
I think it was Calvin Coolidge.
No. Oh, no.
No, it wasn't Coolidge.
No, it wasn't, no. I'm glad you're listening.
Was he president at all?
Oh,
he was. He was, yes.
Oh, Judge, please. After all. All right, let's see what Harvey has to say.
Was it Buchanan?
Well, now, I'm asking you.
Buchanan.
That's just who it was. James Buchanan. You really knew that.
I was hoping he'd get it.
Yes,
I did.
All right, now, who was the last Republican president to serve 2 full terms?
Fred Allen.
No. All right. Now, Judge.
I'm sorry.
No, okay. Harvey?
That was Ulysses Simpson. No, I think Ulysses Simpson Grant.
You think?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Well, I am too. That's what it was. Yeah, that's the answer. Now then, here's a math question from Frank Clark of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Assume that the world is 25,000 miles in circumference. If you walk around the world at the equator, you wouldn't lose your head, but it would go faster than your feet. Approximately, how much farther would the top of your head travel than the soles of your feet? You are 5 1/2 feet tall.
Would you mind repeating that?
Judge, I don't think it's necessary. We have some hands up, and
pardon me.
I think I'll call on Richard.
Well, Joel is smaller than I am, so why don't you let him answer it?
That's a nice gesture, Richard. It looks to me we're going to be so polite around here tonight we won't get this question answered at all. So we'll let Joel try it, and then we'll check with you, Richard. All right, Joel.
5 feet 1.5 inches times 2 would equal 10 feet and 3 inches. That's 10 1/4 times 3 1/7. 10 times 3 1/7 equals 41 3/7. And 1/4 of 3 1/7 equal 11/14 plus 31 3/7 equal 31 and 32 3/14 feet.
Well, now, let's check with Richard on that. Richard?
Well, either I misunderstood or Joel did. I thought you said that you were supposed to be 5 1/2 feet tall.
Yeah, that's right.
But he figured it for 5 feet and 1 1/2 inches.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's start all over again. I'm sorry.
You see, I was right in asking you to repeat the question.
You certainly were, Judge.
I mean, after all, I'm a guest here, you know. You can treat me with a little courtesy, Mr. Kelly.
Well, I'm very, very sorry.
Just because you're running for mayor again, you know.
I'm sure Edward J. thanks you very, very much for that plug.
They asked me to come over here. I'm not getting paid for this, you know.
Well, I'll tell you, let's start all over again. Joe, do you think you've got it right now? 5 1/2 feet tall.
Well, 5 1/2 times 2 equals 11 times 3 1/7 equals 34 and 4/7.
34 and 4/7 is right. Good for you. Oh, that's
funny,
marvelous.
Joe. I had 33 1/2. I was just a little bit off there. I'm sorry.
Well, I think
I must have figured that wrong.
You left
33 1/2.
Evidently, you left the pi part out.
The cubic. I had the cubic meter in
Oh,
there.
that's where you were
Yes,
wrong.
I got it.
That was
33 1/2. I can't figure out.
Well, Joel, after the broadcast, will you get together with the judge and explain it to
Well, you
us?
have to multiply by 2, and then...
I did it! I multiplied. What? No, wait, here. Wait a minute. Joel.
You multiply by 2, and then you multiply that by 3 1/7.
I know. I did it twice. I multiplied it twice, and I got 33 1/2.
Then you must have been wrong on the...
Okay. All right, Joel.
Joe, listen, I'd just like to say one thing. When I was 8 years old, I used to be able to answer all these questions, too. But believe me, 20 years makes a difference. You forget.
Well, we'll take that up after the broadcast, Joel. Thanks a lot.
Every time Joel wants to make something out of it, you know. See him later.
I'll tell you what. You can all
make him any day he ever saw, you know.
Judge, pardon me.
Yeah.
You can all catch your breath a minute now while Fort Pearson goes on with the vitamin lesson.
Thank you, Joe. This time I would like to talk about the B vitamins that are so important in our daily diet. Yes, the same B vitamins that you find in one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablets made by Miles. These B vitamins are found in meat, whole grains, various fruits, and vegetables. They're extremely important where energy, digestion, and nerves are concerned. So, if you're feeling sort of all tired out and nervous, it could be you're not getting enough of those B vitamins. And just so you won't have to bother with them 3 or 4 times each busy day, the Miles Laboratories developed this single one-a-day brand B complex tablet to give you the full minimum daily supply of all the B vitamins for which requirements have been established. Yes, all in one little pleasant-tasting tablet. What's more, you'll find them low priced, too. A A whole month's supply for just 90 cents. That's a name to remember and insist on when you're buying B vitamins. One-a-day brand, vitamin B complex tablets, made by Miles Laboratories. Now, the next question, please, Joe.
All right, Fort. Are you ready, Judge?
Yes.
All right. Now, here is a question from Mrs.
Mary.
Mary.
I got 33 and a half.
Here is a question from Mrs. Marion P. Miller of New Orleans about famous Allens. I want you to identify them. The first one is Ethan Allen. Margaret?
Well, he and his Green Mountain Boys cleaned up on the British before and during the Revolutionary War.
That's right. Good for you. All right. How about Alan Adale? Joel?
In the book, it was in the book Robin Hood, and Robin Hood helped Alan Adale win the wife he wanted.
That's right, Joel. Can you tell us something else about him?
Yeah, he was a minstrel.
Uh-huh.
I mean, a minstrel.
That's right. All right. Well, thanks very much. Now, wait a minute. I thought there'd be a third part to this question. Another Allen. Oh, but
A juggler. There was a juggler by the name of Allen.
Oh, juggler. Well, I couldn't think
He was
of
sort of a louse, if I may.
Well, I really couldn't think of one myself, so I guess we'd better get along here. Now, we're going to have some fun with this question from Arlene Erickson of Bellingham, Washington. She wants you to make up some sentences or expressions using the names of popular brands of soap. Punning is permitted. All right, now let's have some sentences or expressions using the names of popular brands of soap. Margaret?
If I had my way, I would bury him.
Uh-huh. Well,
we're back to Allen again.
Yeah. All right. Very good, Margaret. All right, any more? Ruthie?
You mean the names of the soap?
Yes, you can use the name of the soap.
You're my sweetheart.
Ruthie, that was cute. That was a doozer. Yes, sir, that's all right. Any more? All right, Joel?
I was just going to say that the one Margaret said was not a real verse. It was blank verse.
Blank verse. How about that, Judge? Judge?
Blank verse?
Yes.
Well, I can't agree with Joel.
Oh, you can't?
No.
Well, all right, then I think we'd...
Not until we get that other argument settled about 33 and a half before I agree with him on this.
All right. Well, I'm for Joel.
I don't understand how I got 33 and a half for that thing.
All right, Margaret?
Well, you could say, it's a blackout. Look, turn out the light.
Yeah, you could. That's all right. Harvey?
Well, it doesn't have to be any particular brand of soap. Oh, we'll use Palm Olive. Palm Olive for the phosphorescent skin.
Well, that's all right, too. I think Ruthie's really caught on the idea. Now, Ruthie?
There's an ivory statue over there.
An ivory statue. Well, that's all right. Very good. By the way, Judge,
Yes?
I said punning is permitted. Would you like to participate in this?
Well, I don't know. I come in contact with soap so little.
Right. Well, okay. Let's get along. There's a bell. Yes, sirree.
The bell saved me.
You certainly did. Yes, that was the last bell. School time's up. And now it's time for His Honor Judge Benny to demonstrate his jurisprudence.
My what?
Well, Jack, you do have the scores ready.
Oh, the score.
Oh, yeah.
Well, don't rush me. I'm double checking. Let's see. 5, 5, and 55. Carry over the square peg into the round root. I still got 33 and a half. Look, Kelly, you're not going to put me in a spot like this. No.
Well, what do you mean, Jack? You're here as the judge, you know, and you're supposed to add the scores and decide which 3 of the 5 quiz kids come back next week.
Oh, I am. Well, listen, Mr. Kelly, the quiz kids are all friends of mine, and the way my scores come out, all 5 of them tied for first place, and they all come back next week.
Well, that's certainly fair, Your Honor, and And I know
figure out how he got 34 and 4/7.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do now. We'll have Joel get together with you after the broadcast, Joel, by the way, after the broadcast. Yeah. And then he can explain everything to you, and I'm sure that he will straighten you out on that, I'm sure.
I'd like to have him straighten out how I can save a dime out of my income tax next year. We'll get together later, Joel. We'll figure
yes,
this thing
you
out.
two fellows get together. Now, as I said before, that was certainly fair of you, Jack, and I know there'll be no appealing your decision. Now, of course, you know we give each quiz kid a $100 denomination war bond from the makers of Alka-Seltzer. These bonds are...
Oh, I was worried there for a minute.
Yeah.
Who gives 100?
The makers of These,
I thought it was the judge for a moment. I got a little bit there.
Yeah, the children get them.
Oh,
now, these bonds are to help the children with their future education.
I see.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I don't get anything. No bonds or anything.
No, that's just for the children.
I just come over here for nothing.
Well,
Joe, that thing, they help our boys on the fighting front for such things as liberty and democracy and freedom of education, which makes possible splendid American youngsters like the quiz.
Thank you very much, Jack. And thank you very, very much for lending us your judicial presence tonight. Yeah. Well, school's over. This is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids class until this same time next Sunday. Good night, kids.
Good night, Mr. Kelly.
Good night, Judge Benny.
Good night, teacher.
Listen to the Quiz Kids every Sunday at this same time. Jack Benny appeared on the Quiz Kids program through the courtesy of the General Foods Corporation. This is Fort Pearson speaking.
This program came to you from Chicago. This is the Blue Network.
Now, listen to Jack Benny in Robert Riley Crutcher's Best in Radio, Babes in the Woods, on Cresta Blanca's This Is My Best. This is My Best, America's greatest stars in the world's best stories. Presented each week by Shenley's Cresta Blanca wine. Wine of friendly nature, pride of the vintner's art, symbol of hospitality, compliment to honored guests. A wine to serve proudly, saying, "This is my best. This is Cresta Blanca." C-R-E-S-T-A, B-L-A-N-C-A. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is James Wallington, your Cresta Blanca host. We are proud that tonight's program has been chosen for rebroadcast overseas. We have prepared several pages of introductions for our star tonight, but we found that millions know him for his Sunday night broadcast, his motion pictures. He can currently be seen in the Warner Brothers production, The Horn Blows at Midnight. GIs know him, too, for his overseas jaunts to entertain our soldiers. His name, Jack Benny, who will be heard tonight as Kenneth Maxwell in Robert Riley Crutcher's amusing best story, Babes in the Woods. And so, Cresta Blanca presents Jack Benny on This Is My Best. If you live in Hollywood and saw the movie trade papers this morning, you probably noticed the following items. Kenneth Maxwell, Academy Award winner for the best screenplay of 1944, trains east today for the Broadway production of his new play, Babes in the Woods, which Maxwell will produce and direct. Sandra Starling, star of his last two pictures, accompanies him to New York, where they will wed. Well, I know them both, and I wish them all the luck in the world. He'll need it.
Why? That's what I want to know. Why? If you could get one train reservation, why couldn't you have gotten two?
Sandra, darling, I tried
You tried. Didn't you tell him we were engaged, that we were going to be married as soon as we got to New York?
Yes.
I would like to be there for my own wedding.
Dearest, I was hopeless without you. If the ticket agent had only seen how beautiful and lovely you are, he would have given us anything.
Oh, well, I suppose I should have gone with you. You really think he would have done it for me?
They'll call you the moment there's a reservation available. Meanwhile, I can get some very important business and production problems out of the way. Excuse me a minute.
How do you do, Mr. Maxwell? I understand you are producing a play.
Yes.
Strange as it may seem, I happen to be at liberty at the moment.
Uh-huh.
I've had 40 years' experience as a juvenile. Surely you've seen my picture, Rose of the South.
I seem to recall the aroma. I'm very sorry, but I'm not casting my play until I get to New York. Good day.
Dinner is served.
I beg your pardon?
Dinner is served. I also do butler parts, Mr. Maxwell.
So do I. Mr. Maxwell is not at home.
Yes. Here's a long-distance call from New York.
Thank you, dear. Hello? Yes? The which? The Cute and Clever Kiddies Dramatic School? Yes, I got all your wires, but I don't want any cute and clever kiddies. What? I know my play is called Babes in the Woods, but they're not that kind of babes. Not that kind of woods, either. Madam, I'm sorry. I'm late for my train. Goodbye.
Really, Ken, you'll have to do something before I get to New York. I simply will not have my honeymoon cluttered up with these frustrated hands.
Darling, don't give it another thought. The moment I arrive at the Grand Central Station, I'll have everything under control.
Attention, please. Train leaving New York for Pittsburgh, Chicago, and points west on track 5.
Hey, mister, do me a favor, will you?
What?
Would you mind doing me a favor?
Certainly, if I can.
Look, this here's my kid, Patsy.
Well, how do you do, Patsy?
Why ain't you in uniform?
A lovely child.
She's smart, all right, too smart. You see, it's like this. I'm in defense work. I'm a key man, and I'm being shipped to the West Coast, and I got to get on that train. You see, mister, I got nobody to leave her with, so I put her in a home.
Well, look,
a boarding house for kids, see?
Uh-huh.
But she comes down here to say goodbye, and now I got no time to take her back. Mister, I want you should put her in a cab and send her back home. Here, I'll give you the dough.
No, never mind. I'll be glad to do it.
Oh, that's swell of you. I wrote the address on her ration book and put it in her purse. Thanks a lot. So long, Patsy. Be a good kid.
Okay, goodbye.
Well, so long, Patsy. I'll find a nice, pretty yellow cab for you. And then you can go for a wonderful ride. Won't that be grand?
No.
What's the name of this home where you're staying?
I won't tell you.
I'll get you something nice. What would you like?
A baby brother.
Well, I walked into that one. I meant anything except a baby brother.
A baby sister.
Where was I? Oh, yeah. Tell me the name of your home, dear.
No, I don't like it there. I won't go back, and you can't make me. You ain't my daddy.
You shouldn't say I ain't your daddy. You know better than that. Now, let me see your address on your ration book. Here, give me your purse.
No, let go of my purse. Let go of my purse.
People are staring.
Give me back my purse. Give me back my purse.
Hey, what's going on here?
Oh, hello, officer. Hello.
Did you try to snatch that kid's purse?
Well, certainly not. Do I look like the kind of a man who goes around taking money from little children? Ridiculous. All I wanted was her ration book. That's all.
Her ration book, is it? Well, maybe you'd like to come down to the station and try our canned goods.
It's perfectly all right. See, she's my little girl. Come, dear. Taxi! Here's one.
I don't want to ride in this taxi cab. I want to ride in that one with a pretty girl driving it.
You're going to ride in this cab whether you like it or... Hey, she is pretty, isn't she? I mean, of course, if it'll make you happy. Taxi?
Yes, sir. Where to?
Here's $5. I want you to take this charming young lady to, you'll find the address in her purse. Goodbye, Patsy. Remember what your daddy told you. Be a good girl.
Daddy, don't leave me. Don't send me back to the orphan's home. Oh, please don't, Daddy.
Hey, just a minute, you. What's this orphan's home routine?
Oh, she's not my child.
No?
No.
And why is she calling you Daddy?
I don't know. Patsy, what's the matter? You know I'm not your daddy.
Uh-huh. But you said I shouldn't say you ain't my daddy.
That's right. You shouldn't say I ain't. But the point is, I ain't. I mean, where's that address?
I
I don't want to go back there.
Where is it?
I tore it off and ate it.
You what?
Now, see here, mister, there's something behind this.
Yeah, if she doesn't behave, I'm going straight to the bottom of it, too.
If you strike that child, I'll call the police.
I'm not going to strike her. I simply want to get rid of her.
Do you know you can get 10 years for abandoning a child?
Young woman, I am a bachelor. It's very embarrassing to have a child on my hands. She belongs in a home where she will be very well taken care of.
That's the man for you, tossing his responsibilities to the wind and breathing on his way to more adventures. You ought to be horsewhipped.
I'm trying to explain to you that this is not my child.
Is that so?
Oh, it's you, officer.
You told me this was your little girl.
Well, yes, she was. But right now she is. I mean, she wasn't. Look, we're leaving. The Hudson Arms Hotel, please.
I'm sleepy.
Well, as soon as we get up to my apartment, you can take a nap while I do some telephoning.
Yes, sir?
I'm Kenneth Maxwell. You have my reservation for a suite.
Oh, yes, Mr. Maxwell, the bridal suite, but,
But what?
But you didn't mention that you had a child.
Now, look, don't you start that. Look, did you or did you not accept my reservation for the bridal suite?
Yes, but we were hardly expecting a child bride.
This is very silly. But let's be real. Does this little girl look like anything like me?
Well, no, she doesn't.
Of course she doesn't. She belongs to friends of mine. I brought her a present from Hollywood, and I want to take her upstairs while I get it out of my luggage.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'll get your keys at once.
What did you bring me from Hollywood, Daddy? A baby brother?
Daddy? Did she say Daddy?
No, Laddie. She's a little Scotch girl.
Oh, I'm sorry. You'll have to go elsewhere.
But...
Good day, sir.
Oh, you again.
I knew they wouldn't take the kids. Where do you want to be turned down next?
Let's try the Park Plaza. This time, will you please keep Patsy in the cab until I get the room?
Oh, no. You're not deserting any kid in my cab. And I can tell you right now they won't take kids at the Park Plaza.
There must be some place in town that'll accept children.
Yes, the maternity ward, but they won't accept you.
No, I'm sorry. No kids, no pets, no room.
Kid, are you calling this midget a kid?
No midget, no kids, no pets, no room.
Midnight. We've covered every place in town. What are you supposed to do with children these days? Refuse delivery?
I'm sleepy. When are we going, Daddy? Bye.
I don't know, Patsy. It seems there's a Seeley covering everything but us.
Look, maybe I'm a sucker, but, well, I work all night, and you can take the kid to my apartment.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm exhausted.
I'm not doing it for you, you baby abandoner. I'm doing it for your poor little child.
I'm afraid you'll have to sleep in your whatchamacallit tonight, Patsy. If you want me, I'll be on the couch in the next room.
Tell me a story.
I've told so many tonight, I can't think of any more.
I can't go to sleep without a story.
All right. Let me see. Once upon a time in Hollywood, there was a big, bad wolf. And, no, you better say your prayers and go to bed.
Aren't you going to say them with me?
Well, I haven't said them for quite some time.
Why? Did you get everything you wanted?
Well, we shouldn't always ask for things, Patsy. We should express gratitude for what we have and ask God to make us good.
Daddy, you're already good.
Well, thank you, dear, but I think perhaps there's a little room for improvement. I'll say them with you.
Well, kneel down beside me. Put your hands in front of your face and bow your head.
Like this?
Uh-huh. Jesus, tender shepherd, hear me. Through the darkness, be thou near me. Keep me safe till morning light. And bless my new daddy, too. And please don't let him send me back to the home. Because I love him so. Thanks a lot. Amen.
Amen.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Nothing, just a little smoke in my eyes, I guess. Come here, get in my lap. That's the girl. La 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 la. It's 8 o'clock. Wake up. I'm going to give you a nice hot bath, darling, and then...
Thank you, dear, but I've already had one.
Oh, I thought... Where's Patsy?
Getting dressed. Breakfast will be ready in 3 minutes. Orange juice, sausages, waffles, and coffee. How's that sound?
A lot better than that menu last night, cold shoulder and that other thing.
Now, I'm terribly ashamed of myself. After I left you last night, I went back to the station and talked to reporters. And they told me about... It was splendid of you to look after Patsy. And after breakfast, I'll try and help you find her home.
Well, there's really no rush.
Oh. Why should you be bothered with her? She's not yours. That's what those homes are for.
I know, but she dreads going back there. You see, I had a rather miserable night, thinking. If I had a child like Patsy, well, I don't believe I could stand the thought of her being unhappy.
I like you, Mr. Maxwell.
Ken. Thank you, Miss...
Diane.
Diane. What?
I'm saying.
Oh.
What?
Nothing. Say, you haven't been driving a cab very long, have you?
Oh, you noticed that. But I'm getting better. Really, I am. This morning, I almost got a pedestrian.
Really?
The trouble with me is I haven't been allowing for deflection. You see, you have to leave the target and...
Here,
then...
sit down beside me. Let me see your hands.
Why?
Look at them. Those aren't the hands of a taxi driver. They're soft and fragile and delicate as a cloud. Beautiful. They don't look like they've ever done a hard day's work.
Neither do yours.
Well, that's because of the kind of work I do. I write plays. Sometimes I play the violin. Plays mostly. I just dabble with the violin.
Oh. You also work pretty fast, don't you?
Yeah. About Patsy now.
You know, if you want to adopt her, there'll be a lot of red tape. You'll have to notify the police.
I'll see if she's dressed.
Listening to Jack Benny in Babes in the Woods on Costa Blanca's This Is My Best. The jolly but unlooked-for guest full often proves to be the best. How very true that is. But haven't you noticed that often the informal dinner party created on the spur of the moment is usually a great success? It is especially true if the hostess is prepared with some extra charming touch to make the unlooked-for guest feel that special preparations have been made for his enjoyment. That extra charming touch may be a fine wine, such as Costa Blanca California Sauterne, served with the dinner. For this excellent Sauterne lends a gay, a friendly note to even the most informal meal. Alive with golden highlights, it has a delicate aroma all its own. Served with dinner, Costa Blanca Sauterne is a compliment to your guests and always adds extra zest to fine food. It is especially delightful when served well chilled. You are sure to enjoy Costa Blanca Sauterne, for it has been the crest of quality in wine since 1889. Now, This Is My Best brings you the second act of Babes in the Woods, starring Jack Benny. Ken and Diane, in their frantic search for the missing Patsy, have been making the rounds of the police station.
No, mister, no. Can't you understand English? We haven't got your little girl. We've got burglars, pickpockets, firebugs, panhandlers, forgers, card sharps, cracksmen, shoplifters, counterfeiters, vagrants, yakes, and bunco men, but we haven't got your kid.
Well, I'll leave my phone number. And don't forget her description. Soft, dark hair that falls down around her shoulders. Blue eyes with long, curly lashes. A cute little nose and lusciously formed lips.
Yes, mister. I'll notify you as soon as we pick up Teddy Lamar.
Come on, Diane. There's a chance, just a chance, she went back to the house.
Well, there's only one more place to try. Mrs. Fluff's boarding house for children. It's down this street. If she isn't there, why don't you give up? You're wearing yourself out. You have so much work ahead of you on that play.
What? Oh, yes, the play. How can I concentrate on a play when Patsy may be wandering around the city somewhere cold and hungry?
Well, then I'm afraid you'll have to go on without me.
Diana, now, please don't leave me. I couldn't do anything without you. I need you.
Oh, Ken.
You're the most precious thing in the world to me.
Oh, Ken, do you mean that?
Of course I mean it. I'd be helpless without a taxi cab.
Oh. In that case, I'll turn on the meter.
Did I say something to hurt you?
No.
Oh. Well, you looked at me just... Your eyes were so cold.
Were they?
Oh, they're usually very soft and warm and exciting.
They are?
Diane.
Yes.
I don't know just how to say it. Since I've known you,
Yes?
Well, what I'm trying to put into words, is that
Yes?
Well, you're the only...
Here's Mrs. Schlupp.
I don't want any.
Pardon me, do you have a child here named Patsy?
Patsy? Patsy. How many teeth you got in front?
All except one. Draw here on the left.
Oh, the southpaw. Yes, too bad. Why?
Thank heavens, I've come to take her away.
Okay, I'll get 'em ready.
Thank you, Them?
Yes, them. Patsy's brothers and sisters. If you don't want no child of yours here, you can take 'em, all 5 of 'em.
5? 5? Diane!
All right, Kitty. Here's the apartment.
I want some candy. I want a hanky.
I'm thirsty.
I'm sleepy. I'm empty. I'm hungry.
I'm groggy. Company, fall in. Count off.
Charlotte, Ashley, Melanie, Rick, Patsy.
How did that Yankee get in there? No Patsy and Gone with the Wind.
Folks must have seen a double feature.
Diane, what am I going to do with them all?
I can sleep here in my apartment, but I don't know where we'll put you.
Don't worry about me. I'll just loosen my collar and hang myself on the coat tree. Diane, you're a peach. I love you. But how the devil am I going to look after them? I'll be at the theater all hours.
Take them to the theater with you.
No, that wouldn't work. All my attention will be on the stage.
Then put them on the stage.
On the stage?
Yeah, in the play. Why not?
5 kids? What am I doing? The Life of Candor?
Well, didn't you say one of the women is supposed to have 2 children?
Yes,
well,
but...
that settles it. You're the author. Simply write in 3 more.
But she can't have 5 kids. She's only 22.
That's what she says.
There are only supposed to be 2 kids who cause a lot of trouble.
5 will cause that much more. You ought to know. And it'll strengthen the plot.
Well, I don't know. Maybe. Hang it all, yes. I'll do it. I can kill 2 birds with 1 brush. I can give all my attention to the stage and still keep an eye on the kids. Diane, what would I do without you? I love you.
Better be careful. That's twice you've said that.
Well, I love you twice as much.
Oh, Ken. When should we be married?
Married? Diane, I'm afraid.
Darling, this apartment will be much too small for all of us, but I know just the place. I saw the cutest little house in Flatbush.
Look.
Ken, think of it. A little home with me and a white picket fence running around it.
Diane, wait. Look. Diane, look, there's something I have to tell you.
And it has a lawn, too. You know, grass. And you won't believe it, a swinging gate. Oh, I can see you now. You're coming home from the theater, and I'm waiting for you at the door. I take your arm and help you up the steps.
Am I that old?
Oh, of course not. Of course not, silly. You've had a hard day. You're all tuckered out.
See, I'm all in. Diane, please, I have to explain. Look, I dread telling you this, Diane, but you see, I'm all ready.
All ready what?
Look, the kids are hungry. We'd better get us something to eat.
All right, let's see what we can scrape up in the kitchen, huh?
Company, forward, march.
Hello, Ken.
Hello. Come on, Kitty. Sandra.
The door was open, so I came on in.
Well, darling, I wasn't expecting you for another week.
Obviously. I called the theater when I arrived, and they said you gave me this address. So these are the production problems you had to take care of. 5 of them.
Sandra, dearest, you're jumping to conclusions. See, the father of these children is a defense worker. He's building...
What's his name?
He's building. Huh?
What's his name?
Oh, he's building planes for his country, is he? Now, I'm merely looking after them. Isn't that right, Patsy?
Uh-huh.
There. And did I ever see you? Any one of you before yesterday?
No, Daddy.
Daddy! Well, don't think you've made a fool out of me. Truth is, I never did love you. I was only sacrificing myself for my career. You were just the means to an end. And this is the end. Goodbye.
Well, that's that. As the fairy stories go, the beautiful princess has removed her mask and revealed herself to be a witch.
Oh, Ken, I didn't didn't know about her. It's all my fault.
Ah, nonsense. I'm glad it happened. I wasn't in love with her. I've known that ever since I've known you.
You mustn't say that.
It's true, Diane. Will you marry an adoring bachelor with 5 kids?
But...
You know, an offer like this doesn't come every day. Think, woman. A bachelor who's wealthy, rich. 6 ration books.
Well, you don't know anything about me. I'm wearing a mask, too.
I'll never take it off. It's beautiful.
It's horrible, Ken, that this whole thing was a lie, a plot.
Plot?
I'm not a taxi driver. I'm a dramatic coach. I have a school for children.
Wait a minute. Not that,
Yes, the cute and clever kiddies.
I love that name.
I thought it'd help my school if I could place some of them in a Broadway production. I knew you had parts for a couple of children, but you wouldn't answer my wires or listen to me over the phone. I had to do something.
Then you mean that defense worker?
My brother.
And Mrs. Schlupp?
My sister.
I see. In other words, you deliberately...
Yes. I plotted everything. But I didn't dream it would go so far. I didn't know you'd fall in love with me. And I didn't know I'd fall in love with you.
Now, Diane, wait a minute. Now, look, you can't escape things by running away.
All right. I'll stay and face it.
Never mind facing it. Face me. Look at me, Diane. I love you. You know, it was really a very clever idea. In fact, it was a brilliant idea.
Yes, it was. And I can't even take the credit for that. I stole the whole idea from a wonderful short story I read several years ago.
I know, darling. I wrote it.
Bentley's Casablanca wine joins our audience here in Hollywood in applauding Jack Benny for his performance in Babes in the Woods. Casablanca wine has enjoyed bringing you This Is My Best during the past season, and we hope you have been entertained by these programs. Our musical score tonight was composed and conducted by Bernard Katz. Totally different, excitingly dramatic. That's The Doctor Fights, the thrill-packed series of programs which comes to the air next week. Your doctors are fighting in this war, too, fighting to save lives. The dramatic true stories of their heroic exploits on the battlefront is the theme of the series of programs you will hear over Columbia Broadcasting Stations at this same time, beginning next week. Tune in The Doctor Fights with Cary Grant as next week's brilliant guest star. And remember, whenever you dine, dine with wine, and make it the best wine. C-R-E-S-P-A, B-L-A-N-C-A. Presta Blanca. Presta Blanca.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
That makes life seem worthwhile, dwells in your eyes, and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Colgate Dental Cream. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, Bea Benaderet, Dink Trapp, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing You Were Only Fooling.
You were only fooling, but I was falling in love. It's a story as old as Adam and Eve. I was making love, but you were making believe. You lied to me with kisses. I tried to stop dreaming on, but you were only fooling me while I was falling in love. You lied to me with kisses. I tried to stop dreaming on, but you were only fooling me while I was falling in love.
And now, here is a very important announcement. Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000, a grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum, or $100 a month for life.
And that's not all. There are over 2,000 prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest.
Ford Sedan,
Westinghouse Laundromat,
From Silver Fox Scarves,
Toastmaster Toasters.
And it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or use an official entry blank giving complete rules obtainable at your dealers. Include your own and dealer's name and address, and mail with the big word Palmolive from the front of the wrapper of one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive soap to Box 92, New York 8, New York.
Now, here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Mail your entry to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. But hurry, your last chance. Contest closes next Saturday.
Get Palmolive soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results.
In this great land of ours, there are three glorious American traditions shared by nearly every family, which have truly transformed America into the land of hope. They are freedom of speech, the right to vote, and the rich relative. Now, to our friend Mrs. Anderson, the last of these has always seemed the most important, since in the Anderson household, the right to vote is exercised but once a year, and freedom of speech is limited strictly to Mrs. Anderson. So we can understand her excitement this morning as she bursts in on her spouse, clutching a letter in her hand.
Herbert! Herbert!
What's up, passion flower?
Look, this letter. Remember my dear, rich, sweet, darling, loaded Aunt Prunella with the $2 million? Guess what?
She passed away?
No, she's feeling fine.
Oh, my deepest sympathies.
Herbert, is that anything to say? You know I'm glad Aunt Punella's well. I hope she lives to be 90.
How old is she now? 89?
No. Now listen. She writes she's going to be out this way. I haven't seen her in 25 years, and she's never met you. You're going to wire her to come and live with us for as long as she likes.
Live with us? But, Poopsie, you don't even like the woman. I've heard you say yourself that she's an old drip.
Yes, but let's not forget what she's dripping with. And this is our big chance to get into that will, but good.
But, Poopsie, there isn't even any place for her to sleep. Unless you move Dennis out of his room and give her that.
Are you crazy? I wouldn't give Dennis's room to a dog. She's going to sleep in your room, and you're going to sleep in Dennis's room.
Our young hero, of course, is at this point blissfully unaware of his impending dispossession. We find him in his room looking at a newspaper as Mildred enters.
Oh, hi, Mildred.
Hi, Dennis. Going through the help wanted ads again?
Oh, no. This is just a copy of my old high school paper. I saved it because my picture was on the front page.
Oh, really? Let's see. Gosh, you look very handsome.
Oh, sure. Cameras don't lie.
But all it says under the picture is, this is Dennis Day of the freshman class.
Uh-huh.
Oh, gee, the fact that you were in the freshman class doesn't sound like front page news.
It is when you've been in it for 5 years.
Oh. And is your picture in all these other papers, too?
Oh, no. I saved them because my sports articles are in them. I used to be a sports reporter for the paper.
Honestly?
Sure. I was really good, too. Listen to this. At 2 this afternoon, Hooperstown High and Jackson High clashed in the most vicious contest these old eyes have ever seen. It was man against man, heart versus heart, in a grim, bitter struggle which saw each player push himself beyond the limits of human endurance, regardless of consequences. I wrote that.
Why, Dennis, that's wonderful.
Well, it was a pretty exciting checker game.
Oh. Well, my goodness, Dennis, if you can write like that, why don't you try and get a job on the Weaverville Bugle?
You mean with a real newspaper?
Well, why not? Someday you might even have a column of your own. Give me one good reason why you couldn't be a Fulton Lewis Jr.
Because his mother saw Fulton Lewis Sr. first. Oh, it's silly, Mildred. Do you think a newspaper would really hire me?
All you need is confidence in yourself. Go into that editor's office and tell him you're the greatest newspaper man in the world. The star reporter of all time.
By golly, maybe you're right. I've seen enough newspaper men in the movies. I'll act just like one. I'll take a couple of sips of cleaning fluid, stagger in, and hiccup right in his face.
And you say you'd like a job with my paper, young man.
That's right, pal. Scoop Day is the name. Greatest reporter who ever lived. If it's stories you want, I'll dig them up for you.
I see. So you're a leg man, eh?
Pardon?
I said, so you're a leg man.
Oh, no, sir. Even if I was, it wouldn't do me much good with the new look.
You did say that, didn't you?
Say what?
Let it go. I couldn't possibly have heard right. Well, tell me about your experience, Mr. Day. Have you ever been on a daily sheet?
Oh, no. We change ours only once a week.
You know something, Mr. Day? You're beginning to fascinate me.
Really?
Yes. Now, a good reporter should be well up on the world situation today. What have you to say on the subject of, say, Russia?
Russia?
Yes. Tell me about Russia.
It gets very cold there.
Just the stuff our readers want. Anything else on Russia?
Well, just that it's good there is a Russia because there are so many Russians that if there weren't a Russia, where would they all go?
They don't call you Scoops for nothing, do they? Now, what do you know about Japan?
Well, Japan is different from Russia.
Isn't it, though?
Yeah, it's much warmer and has fewer Russians.
How few people have ever noticed that. You're a sharp one, Scoop.
Oh, I just keep my eyes and ears open.
Yes, but I still get the feeling there must be a leak somewhere. Oh, forget it. This is fun. I was going to ask you a question about the Berlin situation, but I know just what you'd say. That he's written better songs than anyone else in the business.
Well, he has, hasn't he?
He has indeed. And now, suppose we turn to politics for a while, huh?
Well, I really don't know much about politics as I do about the farm stuff.
Oh, come now. No modesty, Sue.
No, really. Why don't you try me on sports?
Oh, please, Mr. Day. I'm conducting this interview, and I feel you'd be much funnier on politics. Now, tell me, what do you think President Truman's chances are of being reelected this November?
Oh, go on. You know very well he's been reelected already.
Why, Scoops, you shocked me. You knew that, huh?
Certainly. And I know who lost, too. Dewey.
This is very disappointing.
And I know why. It's just as well he did lose.
Huh? But maybe this is something. Why?
Because now he can go back and finish capturing Manila.
I knew it. You've rallied.
When do I start work, huh? When?
Mr. Day, I'm afraid I have a shock for you. You've given me the most enjoyable afternoon of my life, but I just can't see my way clear to putting you on the staff.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm sorry. Goodbye, Mr. Day. It's been awfully frightening to have met you.
Wait, please. There must be something I can do on the paper, some assignment I can...
Excuse me just a second. I'll be right back. Yes, sir?
You the editor here? I got a complaint. My name is Homer Applegate, and I sent in a letter to the Lovelorn column 2 weeks ago, and I ain't had no answer.
Oh, yes. Well, you see, our advice to the Lovelorn editor left us a few weeks ago to go to Reno for a divorce. And we haven't been able to replace her yet.
But I got a problem. I wrote in saying my initials are H.A., and I want to know what to do about my wife. How much longer do I have to go on living like a dog?
Oh, now, I'm sure you're exaggerating, Mr. Applegate.
Oh, I am, huh? Well, take a look at this sandwich she made for my lunch.
My goodness, a spoonful of strong heart between 2 puppy biscuits.
Yeah, I want an answer to that letter. You understand?
Well, we'll do our best, Mr. Applegate, but you see, we haven't been able to find anyone with the weird type of mind necessary to... Wait a minute. It's warmer and has fewer Russians. And, Mr. Applegate, your answer will be in the paper tomorrow.
You mean I won't have to live this kind of a life no more?
It's a promise, and here's my paw on it. And now excuse me, please.
Yeah, oh, okay, pal.
Oh, you're still here.
Yes, sir.
Good. My boy, I've interviewed you on foreign affairs and politics. Now I want to speak to you of love.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm already engaged.
No, but I think I have a job for you. How would you like to be head of your own department on my editorial staff?
Boy, oh boy, with my own office?
You bet. And on the door, it'll say in gilt letters, private, Miss Abigail Allen.
Gee, you think I'm built right for a sign like that?
Of course. You're going to be our advice to the Lovelorn editor.
Oh, my gosh. Stay right here. I'll be back in a minute with a copy of what every young boy should know.
We'll continue this day in the life of Dennis Day in a moment or two. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing his RCA Victor recording of I'd Love to Live in Loveland.
I'd love to live in Loveland with a girl like you, and every day a holiday with skies of baby blue, where roses bloom forever and sweethearts are always true. I'd love to live in Loveland with a girl like you, where roses bloom forever and sweethearts are always true. I'd love to live in Loveland with a girl like you.
Well, our young hero is now Miss Abigail Allen, in charge of the Lovelorn column on Weaverville's leading daily. But let's leave him for a moment and return to the Anderson house, from which a Western Union boy is now running madly away after delivering a telegram to Mrs. Anderson.
You hear, Herbert? Aunt Prunella coming to see us. You hear, Herbert? Yippee! Woohoo!
Okay, please calm yourself. Don't get so head up.
Who's head up?
After all, kissing the Western Union boy that way.
I can't help it. She's my favorite aunt and just loaded with my favorite stuff. The wire didn't say when she'd arrive, though, did it?
No, just soon. That could...
Well, come on. We've got to get busy moving you into Dennis's room and Dennis into the cellar.
All right, Cockleshell.
Incidentally, where's he been keeping himself? I've seen very little of him lately.
Oh, I don't know. He has some mysterious job he won't tell anyone about. Just hints that he's making money by using his head.
Really? Wonder if he made a deal for it with some medical school.
Gee, it was nice of you to ask me over to your office, Dennis. I think it's just beautiful.
Oh, thanks, Mildred.
Oh, I'm so proud of you. How do you like being Abigail Allen?
Well, it's kind of confusing sometimes. I never know which room to use when I want to wash my hands. But I may not have that problem much longer. The boss said he didn't like my first column yesterday and would have to improve. That's really why I asked you to come over here.
Oh? Well, maybe I can help. Read me what you wrote yesterday that the boss didn't like.
Okay. Here's the first letter I got. Dear Miss Abigail, a few years ago I met a man who told me he was all alone in the world, and I said so was I, so we got married. Then when he moved in, he presented me with 7 kids by a previous marriage. It's not that I mind him lying, but we have very little room on account of the 6 kids I had. Now, my problem is, his 7 kids and my 6 kids are always beating up our 4 kids. What'll I do? Sign Lonely.
Oh, my goodness. Well, what did you tell her?
Oh, I'll read it to you. Dear Lonely, I suggest you have 5 more children immediately. According to my adding machine, you now have 17 kids. 5 more will give you 22, or enough for 2 football teams, which will keep the kids occupied. This will leave you and your husband free to raise another team to play the winner.
That's what you wrote?
Seems like pretty solid advice, doesn't it?
Read another one.
Okay, listen. Dear Miss Abigail, my initials are H.A., and my wife is leading me a dog's life. For 24 years, she has browbeat me something terrible. I want to be a man and have some respect around the house. Please advise me. Signed, Bewildered.
Oh, I hope... Dennis, wait a minute. What were those initials again?
H.A.
And he says he's been married 24 years?
Yeah.
Dennis, you don't think that... I mean, could that letter possibly be from Daddy?
Your father?
Well, his initials are H.A., and he's been married 24 years.
Yeah, but this letter says his wife browbeats him, and his... Well, he says he wants to be a man, and your father's a... Gee, now I know how they can hang a man on circumstantial evidence.
Dennis, it's got to be Daddy. How did you answer it?
Oh, I'll read it. Dear Bewildered, your wife's love has obviously cooled, and you must rekindle the flame by making her jealous. Hire some other woman to come into your home, on a strictly business basis, of course. And when your wife sees a strange woman sitting across the breakfast table from her every morning, she might get the idea that you have an outside interest.
Oh. Well, thank heaven you advised something so ridiculous. He'll never do anything like that.
You don't think so? I'm worried.
Well, don't be. He knows if he ever did such a thing, it wouldn't only make Mother jealous. She'd break up their home.
Yeah, all over him.
That's funny. Nobody home. I wonder where the folks went, Dennis.
Gee, I don't know. Notice how clean the place looks, though? You don't suppose your father's expecting company, do you?
I told you not to worry about that silly advice you gave. Come on, let's go out in the kitchen and fix some hot chocolate.
Okay, I'll have some rye crisp with mine.
Oh, you answer it, Dennis. I'll be in the kitchen.
Okay. Yes?
Oh, hello. I'm Prunella Wilkins. Of course, you couldn't possibly be Herbert Anderson at your age.
Oh, no, ma'am. I won't even be him at his age. I'm Dennis Day. I live here.
Oh, well, I'm sure we'll get along fine when I move in.
When you're moving in?
Why, certainly. Herbert Anderson wired and asked me to live here.
Holy smoke, so he is a dope.
I beg your pardon.
Excuse me a minute. I'll be right back. Have a seat. Mildred, my advice. She's out there. The woman. Your father sent for her. Oh, I tell you, there's no fool like an old fool when he listens to a young fool.
Dennis, are you serious?
She's here, Mildred, ready to take up residence with 2 suitcases. Probably full of seductive black lace red flannels to wear to breakfast.
Dennis, we've got to get rid of her before Mother gets back. It's our only chance. Tell her something, anything to get her out of here.
Okay, I'll try. Sorry to have kept you waiting, ma'am.
Oh, that's all right. Well, I'm rather tired. Do you happen to know where I'll be staying here?
No, it's kind of hard to tell. The last one he invited is under the rose bush. There's 2 under the garage floor, and a couple of them he just ran through the mixmaster.
What? What did you say?
Oh, didn't you know about Mr. Anderson's hobby?
Why, no. What hobby?
Oh, he's sort of an amateur butcher. Not the kind that cuts up steers or chickens. He kind of specializes.
Specializes?
Yeah, only people. May I take your coat, please?
Young man, are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying?
Don't believe me, huh? Didn't you notice the front lawn as you came in?
What about it?
You don't think grass ever got that green from Bigelow, do you? May I take your coat?
No, you must be mad. Why, Clara wouldn't... She couldn't marry a man who...
Who do you think helps him with his work?
Clara Anderson?
Better known in undertaking circles as Crocum Good Clara, the Cleaver Kid.
No.
Yep, she cuts them and he grades them.
No, I know you're crazy. And if you think I'd stay in this house another instant with a madman...
Well, sorry to see you go, lady, but if that's the way you...
Dennis, why have you got all the lights burnt? Aunt Trudy!
Huh?
Darling, you're here.
Don't you come near me, Clara Anderson. Now that I see you in a strong light, this boy could be telling the truth.
What?
Why, Aunt Prunella, you...
You keep away from me, too, you croaker, you.
Me? I'm in the furniture business.
I won't stay in this house one single second. I might have known you'd turn out this way, Clara Anderson.
Aunt Prunella,
As a child, you used to pour ink into the goldfish bowl so the poor things couldn't see where they were swimming.
But I was the one...
I'm getting out of here before I wind up a pot roast. Goodbye.
You know, Mrs. Anderson, it's possible I made some sort of a slight mistake.
You... I might have known. What did you do? Come on, tell me, what did you do?
Gosh, I didn't know she was your aunt, Mrs. Anderson. I just wanted to save your marriage because I'm Abigail Allen, and I saw the letter Mr. Anderson wrote, and I thought
Wait a second. Did you say the letter I wrote?
Sure. Aren't you bewildered?
That's putting it mildly. I don't know whether I'm...
Well, I know what this one is doing. He's going.
Now, wait, Mrs. Anderson. We can call her back and straighten the whole thing out. I told her there were bodies under the front lawn. Tomorrow she can dig up the lawn for herself, and naturally she won't find any bodies there.
Oh, she won't, huh?
All right, so one puny little body.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste cleans teeth better than Colgate Dental Cream. Colgate's safe polishing agent cleans teeth gently and thoroughly, brings out natural sparkle and beauty. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath. See if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Extra, extra big, extra value, extra economy. Now you can buy Colgate Dental Cream in the new big economy size. Saves you money over any other leading toothpaste. Get the new economy size Colgate Dental Cream at your dealers, only 59 cents.
With George Dooning and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the lovely ballad, Until.
There are no stars to shine. There's no such thing as time. I love the view. Until there are no songs to sing, there's no such thing as spring. I love but you. You were sent from heaven just for me. And you are, oh, so heavenly. Until there is no moon above, there's no such thing as love. I love but you. You were sent from heaven just for me. And you are, oh, so heavenly. Until there is no moon above, there's no such thing as love. I love but you.
Next week, tune into another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you K. Dumit's magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. We suppose most people regard a college president, when they happen to think of him at all, as a man concerned only with scholarly matters, such as a fat endowment or a new football stadium. Now, this is a profound misconception. In most respects, college presidents have the same interests we do. At this moment, for example, Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, the president of Ivy, sits book in hand seeking the answer to a question millions of thoughtful Americans are asking themselves tonight. Who done it? Mrs. Hall is going over the household accounts.
Toddy, the telephone. Toddy, please answer the telephone.
I hear it, Victoria, but I don't see it.
You were the one who wanted the extra long extension cord installed.
I know I did. I thought it would be a convenience. I didn't foresee it as an endless series of romps through the living room. Do you see it anywhere?
It seems to be coming from that part of the room.
It's coming from every part of the room.
Look under the couch.
This is one of the most infuriating... Yes, what is it, Penny?
The telephone is ringing, sir.
Thank you. We are trying to find it.
I found the cord.
That's good. Now follow it to the end. It's all right, Penny.
Yes, sir.
Well, answer it, Victoria.
Wrong end.
Not again. This happens every time. I can't... Oh, here it is. I've got it.
Well done.
Now, let's see who... It stopped. Yes, it's provoking to think it may have been important.
It's even more provoking to think it may have been a wrong number. Stop worrying over it, Toddy. You said you were going to relax this evening. Go on back to your mystery. Is it a good one?
Yes, very intriguing. And almost as bloody as Hamlet.
Like another cushion?
No, thank you, darling. I'm quite comfortable. I can reach it. Hello? Yes, speaking. Oh, good evening. Oh, fine, thank you. Tonight? Well, yes, if it's really important. When shall I expect you? Very well, then. Yes. Goodbye. The chairman of the board is coming over, Mr. Wellman. I suspect he has bad news for me. He sounded so horribly cheerful.
Mr. Clarence Wellman, the thinker?
The same. Chairman of the Board of Governors and spark plug of the Let's Drive Dr. Hall to an Early Grave campaign.
Oh, dear. Couldn't you put him off? Seems such a shame to let yourself in for such dreadful dullness on your one free night.
Oh, I doubt that I shall find it dull. Wellman and I share a common interest in... I wonder what sort of a nasty brew he's concocted this time.
Well, go on. Do drop the other shoe, Toddy. You were saying that you and Mr. Wellman share a common interest. A common interest in what?
My job. I have it, and he wants me out of it. He's been after that for years, pursuing it with the fixity of purpose and the utter lack of humor of a child reading a comic book.
Well, there's no point in fretting. Have an apple.
Vicky, darling, I love you, but I cannot be soothed with a pippin.
I wasn't trying to soothe you, Toddy. I was merely trying to induce you to eat some fruit. You never eat any at all. It's bad for you. Is there any chance of Mr. Wellman getting you out of your job?
Oh, not for the next 5 years. My contract, as you know, runs through 1955. But he seems to have reasoned that if little drops of water can, in the course of time, produce a phenomenon like the Grand Canyon, I need not complete the thought.
You sure you worked out, Pippin?
Quite sure, my dear. In my most tranquil moments, I have little taste for apples. I've even less while awaiting the arrival of a colleague who is seeking to dehorse me.
It's very odd, you know. I should detest fruit, too. It figured so prominently in my first professional appearance.
Really, Victoria? I've always thought of your theatrical career as a series of personal triumphs.
Yeah, it was, for the most part. But not in this particular instance. I was only 15, but rather ripe for my age, when a comic named Arthur Pinero offered me a job as his partner in a variety turn.
15? I wish I'd seen the act.
You'll change your mind when I'll tell you we were billed as Pinero and Cromwell, those funny people. We broke in to turn at a small variety house in the East End of London. I like to think the performance flopped because of its subtlety.
What was it like?
Well, I'd feed Artie a line, and he'd retort wittily, and then we'd slosh each other about the head with inflated bladders. The harvest of fruit generally occurred after we'd been on about 3 minutes, and order was not restored until about the 6th chorus of God Save the King.
And you still like apples, huh? Well, 9 o'clock. Wellman will be here any minute.
Oh, Toddy, don't look so concerned. Do you think he's got some particular grudge against you?
No, I don't think so. No, he's just a sort of an intellectual Sunday driver. He has no destination in mind and resents being passed by someone who has. Uh-oh, there he is now.
Well, Penny will let him in. Now, you're not really worrying about his visit, are you?
No, but the jawbone of an ass is a legendary weapon. And Mr. Wellman, being equipped with both uppers and lowers... Whoops. Oh, good evening, Mr. Wellman.
Good evening, Dr. Hall. And Mrs. Hall.
Good evening.
Come in.
Thank you. How are you feeling this evening, Doctor?
Fine. Never better. Should have seen the dinner I ate.
Oh, good.
I really tucked it away with both hands tonight, didn't I, Victoria?
You certainly did. And imagine, no sooner had we left the table and settled ourselves in here than he asked for an apple. Here you are, William, have one.
Thank you, Victoria.
Oh, not at all. Would you care for one, Mr. Wellman?
No, thank you. Apples do not agree with me.
Sit down, Mr. Wellman.
Thank you. This won't take very long. I seem to have sat on your book.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, I must have...
Raymond Harris's latest. He died laughing. Finished it?
No, I'm in the middle.
I read it last night. Excellent mystery, I thought. Have you guessed yet that the elevator girl Dolores is the murderer?
No, I haven't. I imagine I will very soon, though. Is there anything else you wish to see me about?
Yes. I have here a copy of today's edition of the students' newspaper, the Ivy Bulletin. I want to read the editorial to you, if I may. Just listen to this. The statements issued by our Board of Governors resemble the peace of God in that they are beyond human comprehension. Never has so much pap...
What? Let me see that.
It's quite the most vicious attack I've ever read.
Who's responsible for this?
Young Buckley, I presume. Jared Buckley, the editor.
I shall most certainly demand a full explanation.
The governors were so incensed when they learned...
The board knows of this? They know of this editorial? How?
I had some other business to take up with them and called an informal meeting early this evening. This was taken up in passing. I naturally assumed they were already familiar with it.
Naturally. Everyone knows that prosperous industrialists spend most of their time devouring student publications.
It was an irregular meeting, Doctor. I trust it does not upset you.
Oh, not in the least. Victoria, may I have another apple?
Of course, here.
Thank you.
I assumed the board would be familiar with the editorial because of my own interest in the bulletin. I was its editor while a member of the class of 1907. Imagine my horror when I realized they had heard nothing about this editorial and never would have had I not brought it to their attention.
You must have felt dreadful.
I immediately tried to undo the damage I had so innocently caused. I told them I felt certain there was some explanation for an editorial which discussed me and the other members of the board in terms one would not apply even to a mongrel dog.
And that failed to calm them?
My efforts to pour oil upon the troubled waters merely incensed them the more.
Incredible.
They instructed me to go to the root of the matter and to announce to you that they would press for Buckley's expulsion. His immediate expulsion.
The decision to expel rests entirely with me. Until I know the full story, I refuse even to consider it. The members of the board are entirely justified in their resentment. But so drastic a step is not to be thought of prior to full investigation.
Well, of course, that's a matter resting entirely between you and the members of the board, of which I merely happen to be the chairman. Oh, good heavens. Look at the time. I didn't intend to stay this long. I must have bored you to death with my dull, sharp talk, Mrs. Hall.
Oh, not at all. Your visit is very stimulating. Gave me all sorts of ideas.
Very kind of you to say so. Good night, Doctor. Don't bother to see me to the door.
Good night. I want you to know I'm fully aware of how you've gone out of your way in this matter of the editorial.
Oh, no, don't mention it. I always like to do whatever I can.
Yes, that's what I mean. Good night.
Is it as bad as it sounds, darling?
I'm afraid it'll require more than 6 choruses of God Save the King to save this act, Victoria. I must see young Buckley at once to determine exactly what prompted his outburst. I'll have Grogen locate him. I'll call him now. And... oh, no.
What is it, Toddy?
It's gone. That leaping telephone has slipped its leash and run to cover again. Come on, Vicky. You take that side of the room and I'll take this side. Between us, we should be able to run it down by midnight.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
When you hear a man talk like that, you know he's had a pleasant experience, one that may suggest something equally enjoyable to you. So before we return to the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, let's hear what happened in a Rufus room when an amateur railroad tycoon entertained a man who could very well be a neighbor of yours.
My story concerns a friend who loves to demonstrate the workings of his model railroad and how he put me on the right track to the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Now, if that sounds confusing, it's only because you weren't with me that evening when I helped my friend manipulate his model trains with a skill that would have put Casey Jones to shame. My wife was along, and as she says, you know how men are. So it was evidently no surprise to her that I became completely engrossed in switching tiny streamliners and backing freight cars all over the basement. But what did surprise her was that my enthusiasm for railroading evaporated so quickly. And I'll have to admit that my interest in model locomotives collapsed like a punctured balloon the minute that tray came round the bend. For the tray held Schlitz beer. Certainly I was curious. But certainly my friend, who is so exacting about details in his hobby, would be equally concerned with the fine points of any beer he served. So while everyone else was helping get the trains back into the roundhouse, I was savoring that first taste of Schlitz. Maybe my wife is right. Maybe I wasn't minding my manners. But I've been minding them ever since. For now, when we have callers, I'm a perfect host. I serve Schlitz. And I've never forgotten that I have my friend to thank for putting me on the right track to the beer that, to coin a phrase, established the reputation of a certain city in Wisconsin. What I mean is, no wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That surround us here today.
As we rejoin the Halls of Ivy, the rather worried Dr. Hall, with a touch of nostalgia, says,
You know, Victoria, there are times when I wish I were a carefree undergraduate once more.
Oh, stretch out on the couch, Toddy. Put your head in my lap. There.
That's good. You know, in those days I used to wear a yellow slicker covered with funny sayings, such as banana oil. And I wore a blazing red felt hat known as a whoopee crusher. And I drove about in a purple Stutz Bearcat sounding an enormous klaxon horn incessantly.
Whatever for?
Why, I had to. In order not to be conspicuous. We were all alike. What the devil's the matter with Grogen and his campus police? Shouldn't take this long to find Buckley.
Oh, relax, Toddy. I'm sure it's not the...
It's all right. Don't move, Vicky. I have my foot on it. Hello. Speaking. Yes, Grogen. Have you found him? Good. Thank you very much. Good night. Young Buckley is on his way over.
Now, you won't be too severe with him, will you, Toddy? You can be terribly intimidating, you know.
Inasmuch as Buckley stands 6'4" and came out of the war covered with decorations for bravery beyond the call of duty, I don't think you need be unduly concerned for him, Victoria. If you must have fears, let them center about me. I don't relish this interview at all.
If he published a retraction, would that smooth things over?
I'm afraid not. Mr. Wellman, the entire board, in fact, will be appeased by nothing short of a human sacrifice. My own feeling is that Buckley, as editor,
is privileged to express his view, right or wrong, subject only to a reply by the board being given equal space and prominence in the bulletin. I have very strong feelings about the freedom of the press.
That's one of the reasons I love you, Toddy. You have strong feelings about everything.
Thank you, Vicky. I also have very strong feelings about the freedom of reading. Our press is free to report and interpret, and is also free to distort and suppress. The public is free to read what it will, and is also free to disbelieve and go behind the printed word. Free is a short word that goes a long way. It's one of the most beautiful words in our language. Ever since the Chinese invented movable type half a century before Gutenberg, freedom has been moving forward, in spite of a few bad publishers and stupid readers. A responsible press and an informed public... excuse me, am I making a speech again?
Yes. The same one you gave to the journalism class last month, though you fixed it up a little. What do you do if Mr. Wellman insists Buckley be expelled?
Oh, I'll fight him. Even though the board may take my contract and... Tell me, is it very difficult to manipulate an inflated bladder? Before long, you and I may well find ourselves breaking in a new act in the East End of London.
Well, it's not at all difficult.
Cromwell and Hall, those two funny people. Tell me, lady, how do you know how to make a Venetian blind?
No, how do you make a Venetian blind?
You stick your finger in his eye. Oh, dear. I hope your London audience is mellowed by now.
Yes. Tell me, Dr. Hall, when did you first begin to suspect that you had an aptitude for the theater?
Oh, I think it was when I first saw you in Give Them Tears in London and returned to see it another 25 times. I'd never before noticed any particular urge in that direction. But it wasn't until our first date that I realized what a talent I had for acting. I remember I'd lost my book of traveler's checks that afternoon and found myself that evening standing at the stage door, not a penny in my pockets, waiting for the one woman in the world upon whom I wished to make a favorable impression.
No, Toddy.
The casualness with which I masked my agony convinced me the stage had lost a genius when I embarked upon an academic career.
So sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Hall.
In view of the reward, Miss Cromwell, my time was well spent. You look very beautiful. Oh, this is for you.
Oh, it's lovely. I've always thought a single rose more charming than great big bouquets of them.
Really? I'm very glad.
I'll wear it in my hair. What made you decide to bring me just one? Did you know I preferred it?
No. It seemed like a good idea somehow. May I say its beauty has faded by comparison?
Oh, no. And the more ways in which we say it, the happier I'll be. It's foggy tonight, isn't it? Is there a taxi out there?
I imagine there must be.
I'm absolutely starved. I never eat before a performance, and I'm always ravenous at the final curtain. Where are we going?
I haven't decided yet.
Oh, well, we might go to the Wedgeley. The food's heavenly. You very hungry?
Well, it's funny, but at the moment, I seem to have no appetite whatsoever.
Well, I think I could eat for both of us. This fog is extraordinarily thick. Where's your taxi parked?
I can't see a thing. I'm completely lost.
Oh, well, your driver's probably not waiting for you anyway. Taxis are at a premium on nights like this. Fortunately, the Wedgeley's only round the corner. Do you mind walking?
Not at all. In fact, I'm in favor of it.
You're very quiet.
I was thinking that this is like a daydream come true for me. In London, on a sabbatical, walking in the mystery of night and fog, with you on my arm. It's a heady mixture for a professor.
What would you be doing if you were back home now?
On a Saturday night? Oh, I'd find something stimulating to do, I suppose. Drive through the countryside, or a concert, or a squash game at the club.
Really? On a Saturday night, huh?
Oh, I know that doesn't sound like much when I tell it, but when you're living it,
yes?
Then it's even worse.
Oh.
But I remember an evening like this for the rest of my life. The way it's gone these past few minutes, that is. I think I'd best tell you now that I can't take you to the Wedgeley, nor any place else, because I haven't any money.
What?
I misplaced my traveler's checks. The only money I could raise was 2 shillings. Borrowed it from the doorman at the hotel. And I spent that for the rose. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, no. Don't apologize, please. How did you get to the theater from your hotel? You're stopping at the Hanover, aren't you?
Yes, I walked.
All the way? It's the other side of London.
Oh, I started around 7. Shall I take you back to the theater?
No. Professor Hall, may I say that never in my life has anyone walked a dozen miles to see me, and I'm very moved.
Then I'm glad I ran part of the way.
Oh. Do you think you could walk another 2 miles?
Of course. Why?
Well, my flat's only 2 miles away. There's a perfectly delicious steak waiting, and I happen to be the best cook in the world.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Why, not at all, sir.
You've lifted a mountain from my heart.
Do you mean you want to see him or don't you?
I thought you'd be angry.
Why should I be angry?
Tidy, Penny wants to know whether or not to show young Buckley in.
Buckley? Who's Buckley? Oh, Buckley! Yes, of course. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Show him in. Vicky, darling, will you entertain him while I put on a coat? A certain formality is required, and a dressing gown
yes,
is
of course,
hardly...
of course.
I'll be down immediately.
Mrs. Hall?
Yes.
Good evening.
Mr. Buckley?
Yes, Jared Buckley, Corporal, United States Army. Retired.
How do you do? Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
You've never been here before, have you?
No, ma'am. This is my first visit to the powerhouse.
The powerhouse. Is that what the students call it?
Yes, ma'am. Well, this fire feels good. Winter is really here, isn't it? Saw a whole covey of good humor wagons flying south this afternoon.
I hope this call hasn't inconvenienced you.
That's all right. I was out with a girl.
Well, the thought seems to sadden you.
She annoys me. In my relationship with her, I'm something like the hands on that clock over there. I have the feeling I'm making time, but at the end of the day, I'm right back where I started. Oh, well. Have you any idea why Dr. Hall wants to see me?
Well, he'll be down directly to tell you himself, but I don't think I'm violating a confidence to say it has to do with the editorial in today's bulletin.
You mean he read it?
He knows most of it by heart.
The millennium is at hand. Someone has finally read an editorial in an American newspaper.
Well, is that so very unusual?
Unusual? Mrs. Hall, if I were delegated to guard our atomic bomb secrets, I couldn't think of a better way than to print them in bold-faced caps as a newspaper editorial. So someone has read an editorial in the Bull. We must be getting a following.
Oh, yes. A passionate one.
Well, possibly it's deserved. Today's editorial did have a certain style.
If you do say so yourself.
Oh, I'm not being immodest. I didn't write today's editorial.
What's that?
I said I did... Oh, good evening, Dr. Hall.
You say you didn't write today's editorial?
No, sir. It's a reprint.
A reprint? Of what?
Of an editorial that appeared in the Bull years ago, or 40, 50 years ago. Written by a fellow named, Wellman. Clarence Wellman.
No.
Yes, sir. Is he any relation to the Wellman on our Board of Governors?
They are one and the same.
I hope you're not angry, sir.
Oh, no. No, quite the contrary. I have never been more pleased.
Oh, I'm glad.
I think you're doing a remarkable job with the Bull. Yes, indeed. Yes, sir, you'll be surprised at the comments I've heard.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, that's all I wanted to say to you. Thank you for coming so promptly.
Yes, but what... Well, I mean, I don't understand. Why did you... Oh, well, good night, Mrs. Hall.
Good night.
Good night, sir.
Good night, and thanks again.
Don't mention it. Good night.
It's good to see you laughing again, Buddy.
Oh, it feels good, too, my darling. Now, will you sit quite still while I make a very pleasant phone call?
If you don't mind my snooping.
I have neither the mind nor the will to stop you. Now, come closer.
Who are you calling?
You'll see. Hello, Mr. Wellman.
Yes?
This is Dr. Hall.
Doctor?
I am pursuing this editorial investigation with all possible speed.
Your promptness is most commendable.
Thank you. You consider the editorial most destructive, don't you, Mr. Wellman?
More than that. Student opinion of this nature can destroy forever the authority of this college.
And you feel, then, that nothing short of expulsion would be proper punishment for the author?
Beyond expelling him, I personally would like to send him to prison. I consider the writer unfit for any association with Ivy.
I see. Shall I say that to the board in the morning, Mr. Wellman?
By all means.
Very well. But before I hang up, I feel that you should know that Jared Buckley did not write it.
Then who did?
You did, Mr. Wellman, in 1907. Good night. Oh, I feel so good. Vicky,
What?
would you like to play a game I just thought of?
A game? What game, Dottie?
I'm going to blindfold you, hide the telephone, then go down to the drugstore and call you up.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
When we get this month's telephone bill, my dear, don't show it to me. Just pay it. Pay it cheerfully.
Now, won't you want to look it over?
Not this one, no. My last call was worth the entire bill. So just send a check, even though the charges may seem exorbitant. Any conversation I've had with Mr. Wellman, I am happy to consider a long-distance call.
All right.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Herbert Butterfield, Roland Morris, and Gloria Gordon. Tonight's script was written by Walter Brown Newman. The music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Next, hear We the People over most of these same NBC stations.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show. Use Colgate Tooth Powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate Tooth Powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate Tooth Powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate Tooth Powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Fran Heflin, Earl Ross, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Playing his new character, Zuki.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Well, here it is, the middle of May, and if May is here, can June be far behind? In Mel Blanc's little town, all the engaged couples are making plans for their dream house. And as they stop and gaze into the window of Miller's furniture store, Barbara Bevins says to her boyfriend, Jerry,
Oh, Jerry, what a lovely bedroom set.
You like it, Barbara? I promise you, as soon as we're married, we'll move it right into our house.
And Mary Jones says to her boyfriend, Tommy,
Oh, Tommy, what a lovely bedroom set.
You like it, Mary? I promise you, as soon as we're married, we'll move it right into our house.
And as Mel Blanc and his girlfriend, Betty Colby, gaze rapturously at the furniture, Betty says,
Oh, Mel, what a lovely bedroom set.
You like it, Betty? I promise you, as soon as we're married, we'll move right into the window.
Silly. Oh, Mel, I can just see our dream house now. Especially one little room, all done in blue and pink, with Mother Goose pictures on the wall.
Well, that's all right for me, Betty, but where will you sleep?
I'm talking about children. How many children would you like to have?
10. But, I think we'll have to settle for 9.
Why?
Well, President Truman wants us to cut everything 10%. Betty, how come you're suddenly talking about a home and children?
Well, Mel, don't you realize that next month's June? Doesn't that mean anything to you?
June? Gosh, Betty, I'm glad you reminded me. I've got to start saving money for firecrackers for the 4th of July.
Oh. No. I'll give you a hint. What happens all over the world in June?
Well, I don't know about any place else, but in California it rains.
People get married in June.
Oh, but Betty, how can we get married? Your father hates me. Every night he sits in the parlor and watches us.
Oh, I know, Mel.
I don't mind his watching so much, but he charges me 50 cents an hour for being a sitter. Betty, it's high time we got married. I'm sick and tired of getting kicked around. Let's go down to the supermarket. I'm going to talk your father into letting us get married.
Hello, Father.
Oh, hello, Betty. What brings you down to the supermarket?
Hello, Mr. Colby. Mr.
Mel
Colby.
Blanc, you idiot. I've been wanting to see you. What did you do to my sausage-making machine?
Well, I fixed it, Mr. Colby. I was fixing a sewing machine, and I may have got the parts mixed up.
A sewing machine? So that's it.
Something wrong?
Plenty. All the Frankfurters are coming out with belts in the back.
Oh, what are you complaining about, Mr. Colby? Now you can advertise Frankfurters by Hart, Schaffner, and Swift.
Oh.
But, Mr. Colby, the reason I'm here is because I want to marry your daughter.
You want to marry my daughter? Mel Blanc, my daughter couldn't possibly live with an idiot.
I know, Mr. Colby. That's why I want to marry her and take her out of your house.
Mel Blanc, I'll break you. I just can't get mad at anyone today. The editor of the Supermarket Journal is coming here tonight to interview me. And if he's impressed with me, he'll do the story of my life in the Supermarket Journal. That is, if he doesn't find out that I have no education.
Well, Mr. Colby, that's nothing to be ashamed of. I've had very little education myself. I left school when I was 17.
Well, that's not so bad.
But I didn't start until I was 16. Besides, Mr. Colby, you shouldn't feel ashamed just because you're not educated. You have plenty of other reasons to feel that way.
What?
I always say the wrong thing. Betty, it's no use. Your father will never let us get married.
Now, just a second. I'd be a little self-conscious lying about my education, but if you'd,
You mean if I sort of exaggerated about your education to this editor, you'll let me marry Betty?
Well, I'd think about it more favorably.
Mr. Colby, it's a deal.
But, Mel, can you make him believe I'm a college man?
Oh, it's a cinch. Mr. Colby, how many years were you at Yale?
Yale? I never went near the place.
You see, a Harvard man already.
Oh.
See how easy it is?
Well, I don't know. I'm giving you a chance, Mel, but if you ball things up like you always do, your name will be Mud.
Mud, huh? Well, don't worry, Mr. Colby. I'll get my assistant Zuki to go to the library and get some books on education. Come on, Betty. Just think. By this time next month, you and I will be Mr. and Mrs. Mudd.
Hello, Miss Appleby, Miss Appleberry.
Suki, you're in a library. Hello.
Well, Miss Appleby, Miss Fruit Salad. You sure look pretty. That dress you're wearing, it's
Oh, it's just a little something I threw on.
Well, it sure landed in all the right places.
Suki, how come I haven't seen you in the library for so long?
Well, I've been busy. I've been working hard. I've been studying. I owe you 2 cents.
Well, what are you doing here now?
Well, Mel Blanc sent me over to get some books.
What kind of books? Travel?
No.
History?
No.
Romance?
Sure. What time do you get off?
Suki, are you sure you know what you want?
Yeah, but I still got to get a book. You see, I'm here for Mel because if he can help Mr. Colby, he's going to marry
Be quiet.
No, Betty. Say, is this a library or are you making Raleigh cigarettes?
Well, here are some books that may help you. A book on psychology, philosophy, and literature.
Gee, books on looks like Cy and Phil are lit.
Well, while Zookie is taking the books to Mel, let's listen to Victor Miller and his orchestra and April Showers. For the first time in months, Mel isn't in trouble. In fact, it looks like Mr. Colby is going to consent to Mel's marriage to Betty if Mel provides the proper educational background for Mr. Colby in his interview with the editor of the Supermarket Journal. Mel is in his fix-it shop dressing for his appearance at Mr. Colby's house when who should walk in but the first hint of trouble in the person of the town beau brummel, Hartley Benson.
Hello, Hartley. Warm breeze out, isn't there?
Mel, it's merely the hot breath of thousands of women panting after great, big, adorable me. In fact, Mel, old boy, I'm so entrancing, I take myself dancing.
Well, Hartley, you may think you're beautiful, but I have brains. In fact, Mr. Colby thinks so much of my intelligence, he's asked me to supply the educational background for his interview tonight.
Mel, I have news for you. Mr. Colby has asked me to convey to you the fact that he regards you as an ignoramus. That I'm to talk to the editor tonight instead of you.
He doesn't want me? But why should he pick you? I'm just as educated as you are.
Oh, yes? I'm Cornell, 38.
So what? I'm Heinz, 57. Besides, I don't believe you ever went to Cornell.
Oh, no? Well, look at the Cornell yearbook for 38, and you will see. Hartley Benson voted the man most likely to succeed at Vassar. Mel, boy, they went wild over my student body. In fact, I was their star athlete.
What game?
Tiddlywinks. I played left tiddly. In fact, the beautiful girl was my downfall. I was about to score one for our side when she looked at me.
What did you do?
I winked when I should have fiddled. That's not all, Mel. I also played fullback on the football team. I was a terrific plunger.
That I can see, Hartley. You're built like one.
You mortify me. In fact, I'm so mortar I could fly. However, I shall soothe myself by saying...
You want to take that again?
However, I shall soothe myself by saying I'm the prettiest thing in my life. Someday I'm going to make myself my wife.
Sounds like a Model T Ford calling to its mate. My one chance to marry Betty, and now Mr. Colby turns me down because I'm an ignoramus. I wish I was dead.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, Great Zebra.
Mel, you look down at the model.
Oh, I wish I was dead. I can't get married.
I wish I was dead. I got married. The other day, my wife and I had an argument, and she said, John, you'll drive me to my grave.
What'd you do?
I had the car out of the garage in 2 minutes.
Mighty potentate, if you feel that way about your wife, how come you ever got hitched?
Mel, strangled is the word. I remember years ago when I first met my wife. She was such a gay young thing, such a saucy baggage.
And now?
Now she's a baggy sausage. You know, Mel, how most girls' figures go in and out. Hers goes out and then just keeps going.
Oh, come now, mighty potentate. She doesn't look that bad.
No. Mel, you've heard of a face that will stop a clock? Well, in our house, we have a withered Ben Russ. In fact, yesterday, she looked at it, and Ben got up and left running. What a woman. Yesterday, I had 10 gallons of DDT. I was out spraying the garden when she came out and said, John, spray the bugs, kill the ants, poison the old gopher. Yeah, what a temptation.
You think you've got troubles. I was supposed to help out Mr. Colby by building up his educational background. But he thinks I'm such an ignoramus he won't trust me to do it.
Oh, Mel, why do it as yourself? You're good at impersonations. If you pretend to be a foreign professor, you could really do a wonderful job for Mr. Colby. You've got brains.
That's a great idea. And if it works out, I'm going to get married.
Amazing how quickly a man can lose his brain. Well, so long, Mel. I got to be going now.
Oh, wait a minute. Where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one or two things. I can go to the movies and see It Happened on Fifth Avenue, or I can go home and look at What Shouldn't Happen to a Dog.
Well, have a nice time at the movies, mighty potentate.
Mel, positively not. I'm depending on Hartley Benson.
But, Mr. Colby, what if the editor of the Supermarket Journal catches Hartley in a lie? He might know about American colleges, but if I say I taught you in Europe, why, he'll never be able to check.
Yes, it would be taking a chance, but... Well, Mel, for once you've made an intelligent suggestion. I'll call Hartley and tell him not to come. But, Mel, you'd better not let me down. I'm putting all my eggs in your basket.
Mr. Colby, all I can say is...
What in the world was that?
I just added an egg of my own.
Now, Mr. Weed, you don't know how honored I am to have you write an article about me in the Supermarket Journal. Oh, have another drink?
Thank you. Don't mind if I do. Mr. Colby, you impressed me quite a bit. These sales figures especially are spectacular.
Well, you see, Mr. Weed, it's not every supermarket owner that can boast of an education at Eton and Oxford.
I came here because I heard you were a self-made man. Never been to college or even... What was that you just said?
I just said that as a boy, I wouldn't have eaten if I hadn't shined Oxford.
Oh, you were a boot black. Wonderful.
Oh, yes, indeed. I have never been to school. I mean, I ain't never went to school, and I ain't sorry nohow.
Words which inspire me. So glad to meet a man who hasn't been pampered by foreign schools and private tutors. Oh, don't bother, Mr. Weed. I'll get it.
Ah, good evening here.
Oh.
Who was that?
Oh, well, it was some man from the German band downstairs. You know, Mr. Weed, I ain't never had...
Jawohl, Mr. Colby. You thought I was somebody else, huh? No? You don't remember your old Professor Otto von Schmorgasbord?
Mr. Weed, I want you to say goodbye. Hello to Professor von Schmorgasbord.
That's a peculiar name. Smorgasbord is a mixture of strange little things.
You should see the rest of my family.
Professor, don't you have any place to go?
Oh, always joking. Little Colby was such a bright pupil. I remember how everyone almost died laughing when he came to class in his short pants.
What was so funny?
He was wearing long underwear. But he was my favorite pupil. I remember when he went to the big city for his college examination. I wrote all the answers down on his cuffs.
Did he pass the examination?
No, but his laundryman got 100%. Colby went to colleges all over the world. Heidelberg in Germany, Edinburgh in Scotland, Columbia in China.
Oh, wait a minute. Columbia's not in the Far East.
No? Haven't you ever heard of Eastern Columbia? Now, don't doubt my word, Mr. Weed. I am the greatest language professor in the world.
Let me hear you speak French.
French. Okay. I say there, old boy, pip pip.
That's English.
What am I speaking now?
That's English, too.
One of us is an imposter. I speak all languages. I speak great Turkish. Akla shish kebaba vaka halava. Great Spanish. Si no tenemos los plátanos. And also...
What's that?
Great Danish.
Just a second. There's something highly irregular about this.
What? You happen to be speaking to a man what's an MA, an LLD, and a PhD. And you know what that makes me?
What?
A Melderhuft.
Well, this is the most fraudulent thing I've ever heard. Mr. Colby, I was hoping to find a simple, honest, self-made man. But I see you're just a poser. A man who's ashamed of his background.
Oh, Mr.
And
Weed.
I'm going.
Wait a minute, Mr. Weed. It was all my fault. I was trying to build Colby up. I didn't think the interview would look good in your magazine if it said that Mr. Colby only went to Public Union Trade School.
The damage is done, and I... Did you say Public Union Trade School?
Yeah.
Why, that's my school. How come I didn't recognize you, Colby?
Well, I always stood with my face toward the wall.
Well, turn around. Mushmouth. Mushmouth Colby.
What? There's only one man who ever called me that. Stinky Weed.
Say, I went to Public Union, too.
Well, let's sing the old school song.
Yeah.
Oh, Public Union, hail to thee. Our hearts belong to old UP. Oh, alma mater, fair and true. Till we die, we'll be P.U.
Well, Mr. Colby, remember our bargain?
Yes, Father, you said if Mel helped you.
Yes, I remember, Mel, my boy, and you did help me. It was rather roundabout, but it was a help.
And you don't object to me?
Well, not too much.
You let me in your family?
That might be arranged.
And I can marry Betty?
Well, Mel, you'll have to propose first.
Then I'll do it right now. Mr. Colby, will you be my father-in-law?
Oh, God!
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute. This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and
That's all.
Oh.
That was Victor Miller and his orchestra playing the Mixmaster song, and this is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Allen Show, brought to you by Pana Toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. An hour of smiles with Fred Allen, folks. 3,600 seconds of fun and music. Fun with our star comedian, Fred Allen. La-di-da with our guest star, Bert Lauer, that cowardly fugitive from the Wizard of Oz. Music with Peter Van Steeden, with that all-American swing quartet, the Merrimacs. And with the sensational singing star of the Boys from Syracuse, Win Murray. The time has come. It's the Fred Allen Show. Any similarity between the next voice you will hear and any living voice is purely coincidental and a figment of the acoustics. The unfortunate owner of this nasal impediment is Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we assemble with good intentions.
Oh, no. Never mind the good intentions, Fred. How are your jokes?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Harry. You know, radio is the one industry where the law of averages doesn't function. In radio, it always seems that a comedian's intentions and his jokes are direct opposites.
And you're here with good intentions tonight, Fred.
The best, Harry.
Well, I'll be back later, Fred.
Now, no, you don't. Wait a minute. You're going to stay right here with me and swelter. Gee, it's sure hot in here tonight, isn't it? Hey, Pete.
Yeah?
When the band plays the next number, tell the trombones to blow over this way, will you?
What for?
To get a little relief from this hot air around here.
Why don't you stop talking?
Now, if you're trying to get me hot under the collar, Mr. Van Steeden, the humidity has beaten you to it. Look, I show you in here. You see? See, I've never seen heat like this in October, Harry. Have you?
This is Indian summer, Fred.
Well, we just had one Indian summer in September.
Yeah. Well, I guess this year it's a double feature.
You think it is? Well, it certainly was hot Saturday. I went up to see that Alabama-Fordham game, remember?
Oh, yeah.
It got so hot in the first quarter, Fordham took out their fullback and put in a good humor man. In the second, he had trouble going around the ends with his wagon, I might. In the they threw his vanilla for a loss. In the second quarter, they took the pigskin off the ball and put on a creton cover. And towards the end of the game, you know, it finally got so hot. Say that, you know, that knock just came in time, Harry. That next hot joke wasn't so hot, fortunately. Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yeah?
Are you back on the air for good?
Yes.
That's done it. Goodbye, all.
Wait a minute. Hold him, Harry.
I got him. Go ahead.
You came in here last Wednesday night. You pulled that same line, and then you shot yourself.
I know, but last week I missed.
Well, he didn't miss himself tonight.
You know, we ought to do this show in a morgue, Harry. It would save a lot of cleaning up around here.
Huzzah for salutations and welcome back.
Now, wait.
today.
What is this? An echo in the studio? Wasn't that your speech last week, Portland?
Yes, but I didn't get a chance to say it.
Well, it's a little late to welcome me back now. You heard the show last week.
Oh, was that the show?
Uh-huh.
Mama said it was your rehearsal.
Oh, no. Last week was the first program. Don't believe all you hear. Didn't your mother hear it?
Only part of it.
What happened?
In the middle of the program, Mama's portable radio got down off the table and went into the closet.
The portable radio walked out on me. Well, that proves at least that this program is going places. Say, Harry, even if it's only in closet. Say, Harry, did you hear? You know, closets are handy with the moths in the closets and the millers on the program. Say, Harry, let it go. Say, Harry, did you hear any comments on last week's Fandango? Cross your heart.
No, Fred. I went right home and stayed in the house all week.
Oh, right after the... Well, how about you, Pete?
I didn't hear anybody speak right out, but...
I knew that was coming. That little conjunction. But what?
The sponsor was seen talking to Phil Baker.
Through an interpreter, I suppose. Well, I'm getting nowhere in high. Well, look, did anyone see any notices, anything in the papers?
I didn't see your name mentioned, but I did see a notice in Winchell's column. It could have meant you.
Yeah, what did Walter say?
The line read, "What comedian is on his last eggs?"
What? Mr. Van Steeden, did you ever have any hair on your head as a baby?
No, I was as bald as a honeydew.
And your mother was nearsighted, wasn't she?
How did you know?
By your conversation. You are slap happy.
I don't get it.
Yes. How does Peter being bald as a baby and his mother being nearsighted make him slap happy?
Well, she must have spanked him on the head.
If that's wit, I'm an icky.
Well, that's wit.
Then I'm an icky.
Van Steeden? Is that the fellow who's on his last eggs has company now, if you didn't know. Van Steeden, you are a keen judge of character, which line is no longer needed since you blew the other one. Where was I?
You were trying to find out about last week's program.
Oh, yes. Somebody must have heard it beside that guy on Variety. Let me see. Win Murray.
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Now, what was the reaction out your way? Where do you live?
In Jackson Heights.
Oh, Jackson Heights. That's a suburb of the World's Fair, isn't it?
Yes, Jackson Heights overlooks the fair.
Well, that was the trouble. Jackson Heights started overlooking the fair, and a trend set in. You know, I hear that next summer they're going to start conscription to get people to go to the fair. If you get in class 1A, you have to pack up and leave right away.
I wouldn't know, Mr. Allen.
Oh, well, that's beside the point, as Grover said when he put the Perisphere next to the Trilon. What I really want to know, Win, is this. Did you hear anyone around Jackson Heights speaking about last week's program?
Only my family.
And what did your family allow?
They said there wasn't enough of me on the program.
There wasn't enough? Is there any more of you, Win, put on the program?
No, this is all of me, thank heaven.
Gosh, I'd hate to have you on my mind, Win.
You'd sure have a load.
Yes, I would.
Oh, don't pay any attention to Mr. Allen, Win.
Nobody else around here does, Win.
Oh, I can take it.
Oh, I'm only kidding, Winnie. I'm just trying to find out how I can improve the program.
Well, I can recite.
I can tear off the jive.
Now, wait a minute, everybody. This may be trouble. Come in.
You want an opinion?
You heard the program?
Yes.
And?
It's too slow.
You mean?
Speed it up.
I should.
That's it. Bang, bang, bang. Goodbye.
He must be in a fast business.
I make minute rub. So long.
Minute rub.
Gee, that was the sponsor.
Heard what he said, Alan. Want speed.
Okay, the sponsor wants speed. That's what he's going to get. Now, on your toes, everybody. We'll start the program over. Take it away, Pete.
Ipana Sal presents. And here he is.
Thank you, and
here she is.
Hello?
Well, you can't get it any faster than that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Wynn Murray sings for you from Yokel Boy that popular song, Come Love. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, and... Oh, alackaday.
Well, what's wrong, Fred?
Well, I'm worried about myself these days, Harry.
Oh, spots in front of your eyes?
Oh, worse than that. Unfinished sentences ringing in my ears.
Say, that sounds pretty grim, but I don't quite get the idea.
Well, Saturday I was riding on a bus. A woman in back of me said, so I stepped to the edge of the roof, closed my eyes, counted 10, and...
And what, Fred?
And the woman got off the bus.
Oh.
I lay awake all night, Harry, wondering what happened next.
Yeah, I see.
Last night, coming out of the theater, I heard a man say, "Look at that girl in red. Is she beautiful?" My mistake. And, Harry, I can't figure that one out either.
Well, now, wait, Fred. Let's see. Maybe the girl really was beautiful, and then she smiled, an unattractive smile that spoiled that whole first impression of loveliness. For you know, ladies and gentlemen, that a smile can make or mar your attractiveness. But it's even more important to know that the daily use of Ipana toothpaste can help you have a winning smile. You see, Ipana is especially designed not only to clean and brighten your teeth, but when used with massage, to help give your gums the stimulation they need for firmness and health. That's why so many dentists advise this easy, modern routine.
Every time you brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums. Notice the remarkable difference the very first time you use Ipana this way. Notice the pleasant, tingling sensation as circulation speeds up and lazy gums start to waken.
So make up your mind right now to stop at your drugstore tomorrow for an economical tube of Ipana toothpaste and help yourself to healthier gums and brighter teeth. The perfect combination for a winning smile. The Ipana smile.
Peter Van Steeden and his sawed-off Ipana troubadours have just played The Little Man Who Wasn't There. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present our midget quiz. This is the shortest quiz in radio. Portland has selected 3 people from our studio audience to act as sort of an impromptu committee. Each person will be asked only one question. Each question pays $10. This quiz is entirely unrehearsed, ladies and gentlemen, and I can assure you that nothing has been prepared. If the contestants win any money when the time comes to settle, I shall prove that I am entirely unprepared. And now is your committee ready, Portland?
Yes, it is.
And our first contestant is...
Mr. Vincent Moore.
Mr. Moore, how do you do?
Fine, thanks, Mr. Allen.
Do you live in New York, do you, Mr. Moore?
I do, Mr. Allen.
You live here in New York?
Yes.
And what is your occupation, may I ask?
Bartender.
You're a bartender, are you?
Bartender, yes.
You're a contact man for Beckett, huh? You haven't brought any samples with you tonight, have
No,
you?
sir.
I wish you'd have come around a little before the program. We could have used a bartender. I was looking for somebody to put a head on Van Steeden. Now, yours is not a profession to be laughed at, Mr. Moore. A great many changes, I know, have come to the bartending profession lately, haven't they?
That's right.
Say, what became of those old guys, the old walrus mustache guys, and the other fellows who used to draw the soap pictures on the mirrors? What became of them?
Oh, yes, sir, on the WPA now, Mr. Allen.
But, they'll come back strong. Of course, you can't tell a tavern today. Most of them look like tea shops. And the old-fashioned bloated bartender, he's gone. The boys all look like clerks now. They tell me there's a tavern over on Park Avenue where it looks like a tea shop. They even have a fortune teller in there. A lady goes around and reads the olives in your martinis. Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. And,
okay.
Do you want to add a short resume to what's been going on here?
No, I think I had enough, Mr. Allen.
No, and I was just trying to give the folks an idea of our committee before we get started. Now, next, Portland.
Miss Doris Riley.
Miss Riley, how are you tonight?
Oh, just fine.
Do you live here in New York, do you?
No, I'm from Boston.
You live in Boston, do you?
Yes.
That's a peculiar thing. I, too, come from Boston, Mass. The only difference is I guess you came voluntarily and I came by request. May I ask your occupation, Miss Riley?
Telephone operator.
Telephone operator, are you? And where?
Boston Consolidated Gas Company.
In the Boston Consolidated Gas? Really? But it's not a laughing gas. It just shows you what a small world this is, Miss Riley. My brother Bob works up there for the Boston Consolidated Gas Company. He's up there in Everett making gas in Boston, and I'm over here making gas. Are you here on just a pleasure trip, are you, a little visit?
Just over the weekend.
Just over the weekend. New York will be a great city if they ever get it finished. Have you looked around?
No, I haven't had time. I just get in.
Did you miss the L on 6th Avenue? They took it down, and then when they saw what 6th Avenue looked like, they were going to put it back up. Well, I hope you have a very pleasant weekend here, Miss Riley, and give my regards to my brother when you go up home again.
I surely will.
Thank you. And next, Portland.
Mr. Clyde Dorr.
Mr. Dorr, how are you? Do you live in New York, do you?
I do.
You live in New York. We're lucky tonight. We're getting all people from near home here. What may I ask your profession?
I'm a chiropractor, Mr. Allen.
A chiropractor, are you really? I'm very happy to meet another chiropractor. You know, we have a chiropractor on the program here. Uncle Jim is an old retired chiropractor. He finally gave it up. He decided that he couldn't go on doing things behind people's backs.
Maybe he's wise with that, Mr. Allen.
Well, I don't know. I think he gives treatments occasionally. I saw an installment collector around here this morning mention something about an adjustment to Uncle Jim. Well, now we'll get down to our quiz. We only have 3 questions here. It doesn't make much difference whether they're answered or not, because you win even if you lose. First, Mr. Moore, I'm going to ask you, this question was filched from the world of books. Mr. John Steinbeck, the author of Mice and Men, recently wrote a new book which he called The Grapes of Wrath. Now, do you know from what the title of the book was taken? Was it a well-known book, play, or opera? The Grapes of Wrath?
Let me think for a minute, Mr. Allen.
Yes, I will. I'll be very happy. I wish I could join you. If I was equipped, I certainly would. Do you know where Mr. Steinbeck got the grapes of wrath?
No, I couldn't ask you that one.
Well, it was taken from the Battle Hymn of the Republic. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He's tramping out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. And now, Miss Riley, your question, millions... Millions of dollars are spent in advertising each year to popularize slogans. Now, I'm going to ask you to complete these supposedly well-known slogans. Quick, Henry.
The flip.
Good to.
Good to?
Quiet. Good to the flash.
Oh, good to the last drop.
Very good. Call for that man who's never answered. The little man who wasn't there. Call for Phil.
Oh, Philip Morris.
Philip Morris, right? I'd walk a mile for what?
Walk a mile for a...
Now,
isn't it awful?
It sounds... Well, it is if you own one, but... You walk a mile for... Hold down, I a member on our own... Miss Riley? A camel. He told you I'll have to take a little off of the camel. They what?
They and they what?
That slogan, the cigarette slogan, they what?
They and they what?
Well, it's all right. I'll overlook that. As far as I'm concerned, you're correct. I don't know what the other one was myself. And now, Mr. Dorr, this is a question of etiquette. If you are dining in a cafe and your napkin slips from your lap, is it considered good form to pick it up?
I would say no.
You are perfectly right. The waiter will give you a fresh napkin. If you're eating in a cafeteria, of course, you can either throw a moth under the table to heat the napkin up, or if it's a paper napkin, etiquette says, Miss Poe says that you can throw water on the paper napkin, stoop down, make a large spitball out of it. The next one here. Well, this really concludes our quiz. We have another feature we're going to start next week, ladies and gentlemen. It's called the Question of the Week. You know, on all these programs, the Round Table out in Chicago and the Forum and the Town Hall, all have experts talking on the vital topics of the day. Now, next week we're going to start a little series here, letting the little man discuss with me, if he can get a word in edgewise, the topics of the day. Now, I want to thank you all for being so kind to us and helping us out tonight, and I'm going to present you each with a gift box containing all of the Bristol-Myers products, including Ipanner and Salapatica. The meeting is now adjourned, and thank you very, very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Merrimacs. Their song is dedicated to the Internal Revenue Department tonight. It's called Do You Ever Think of Me? Ladies and gentlemen, according to my timely little reminder notebook, I see there are only 74 more days before Christmas. So this is a very good time to give you a few hints on your Yuletide shopping.
Pardon me, Fred, but don't you think a hint on tomorrow's shopping list would be a little more timely?
Well, Mr. Von Zell, if you want to quibble, yes, I do.
Well, then, ladies and gentlemen, I'd suggest that tomorrow you go to your druggist and get a tube of Ipanner toothpaste to help you have brighter teeth, firmer gums, and the kind of a smile you can be really proud of. You see, ladies and gentlemen, our teeth are seldom bright and sparkling when our gums are soft and tender. And the creamy, well-cooked foods we eat do not give our gums the stimulation they need for firmness and health. So frequently, pink toothbrush appears, the first warning signal of tender, ailing gums. When you see that, by all means, see your dentist. You may not be in for serious trouble, but let him decide. Usually, his verdict will be,
your gums are robbed of work by the soft, well-cooked food you eat. They need more exercise to keep them firm and healthy.
And very often, he will add,
your gums will respond to the healthful stimulation of Ipanner toothpaste and massage.
So brush your teeth and massage your gums with iPana regularly to help your gums to healthful firmness and to have cleaner, brighter teeth. Help give your smile a new and sparkling loveliness by faithfully using iPana toothpaste.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present our invited guest, a man who comes to glorify the evening, a comedian. Oh, now, wait a minute, Harry. Try to hold in.
Well, I can't hold in, Fred. I just saw him outside. Does he look funny?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this hilarious chap is... Oh, now, Portland.
I saw him in The Wizard of Oz. Oh, boy, is he a wow.
Quiet, you two.
That guy's a riot.
Yes, that's what everybody says, folks. Meet the funniest man in the world, Bert Lahr. Thank you.
You're a scream, Mr. Lahr.
Well, thanks a lot, everybody, for this boisterous welcome.
Well, Bert, you're the funniest man in the world, so I'm going to keep quiet now and just let you get funny.
Well, Fred,
let's go, Bertie, old boy.
Well, this is embarrassing, Fred. I don't know how to tell you.
What, to tell me what, Bert?
I don't feel funny.
Oh, after that build-up, you don't feel funny.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, I guess. I was funny all morning. I had the chambermaid screaming around the hotel. The two I caught.
Well, if you were funny around the...
I was funny all afternoon.
You were?
Over in Lindy's, a fly flew in my soup.
Yeah?
I called the waiter over and said, take this soup spoon and bring me a fly swatter.
Did they laugh?
Laugh? 20 diners dropped their racing forms. That's what I can't understand, Fred. All day long, you might say, I've been a pixie on the wing, a gay blade, a spontaneous pantaloon.
But right now,
I don't feel funny.
I heard you on Bing Crosby's program, Mr. Lahr, and you were witty.
I was brilliant, Portland. Remember that gag I told about the two patients meeting in Mayo's clinic? The first patient says, oh, this will kill you. The first patient says, I'm aching from neuritis. And the second patient says, I'm Mandelbaum from Chicago. Yeah, I was a rowdy that night. I was in the groove with Crosby.
Well, you don't. I can't understand what's the matter tonight. You don't think it's something mental?
Mental? With me? Quit kidding.
Well, you know, it could be all libido, Bert.
Yeah, maybe it's my subconscious. Maybe I ought to see a psychoanalyst or something. You know, with Crosby, I was another man.
Oh, and could we use the other man right now? I can't understand why you can be funny with Crosby and with me, nothing.
Now, I don't know, Fred. I think I like to work with Bing. He gives me something.
Well, I'm giving you something.
Yeah, but with Bing, it was money.
I see what you mean. You, in other words, are averse to barter.
Look, I'm broad-minded, Fred, but after all, what can I do with 200 tubes of toothpaste?
Yes, I get your point, Bert. After all, I'm a point killer. After all, if you don't feel funny, let's forget the comedy tonight. We'll just kibitz around and chew the fat. You know, the public can't always expect a comedian to be funny.
That's what I say. People think if one comedian is funny, two comedians should be twice as funny.
Oh, it's silly. Now, here we are, you and I. You're a comedian, and I'm a comedian. We're together. Are we twice as funny?
To the contrary. To coin a phrase.
The corner phrase. Well, let's drop the whole thing. Say, how come you left Hollywood, Bert? You must have had a reason.
Yes, Fred. Hollywood went too far. It was up to me.
Well, what did you do?
It was my turn to go too far. So I got on a train and came east.
Oh, you mean out there you were getting in a rut artistically?
Yeah, I was tired of being a great lover.
You wanted to get away from it all?
Well, most of it. There was a little blonde at Metro who might have intrigued me, but The silly little minx let me get away.
Say, you must have taken it hard.
I was momentarily frustrated.
Really?
I renounced the human race. I sought solace in the animal kingdom.
Oh, and that is how you came to play the lion in The Wizard of Oz?
I would have played a flea on Bulldog Drummond.
Well, you certainly did a swell job, Bert. You still look like a lion to me.
That's the trouble. I got too far into character. Why, I was even starting to molt.
I can tell by the top of your head there. Well, are you continuing your animal characterization?
Not me. I'm sick of making a living on all fours. I want to play Ibsen, Chekhov, Odette. You know, one of those parts where I keep sipping cyanide of potassium all through the second act.
Well, do you really think you can play one of those serious roles?
Why not? What have I got that if John Barrymore had, he'd get rid of right away?
Well, why should a successful comedian want to play tragedy?
Oh, I'm a ham at heart, Fred. Give me a pair of spats, a bamboo cane, and a nod from all of Hampton, and I'm in ecstasy.
Say, what do you expect to do when you retire, Bert?
Oh, I don't know. I may open a small toll bridge or something.
Well, now that we know your ambitions, what are you going to do here in the East besides fend off senility?
I'm going into a new musical show, a sequel to Amphitryon 39.
What's it called?
Butterfield 4230.
Does the show look like a hit?
Oh, yes. It's a little gem. We're rehearsing in Tiffany's window.
You're playing the lead, of course.
No, it's just a bit. 92 sides.
A bit.
Yeah, I'm on the stage 2 hours before the play begins. I'm ever present but unimportant.
Well, what sort of a show is it, Bert?
Well, the best way I can describe it is, it's a 17th century Hellzapoppin'.
It is. I thought Hellzapoppin' went farther back than that. Well, what character do you assume?
Well, in the first act, I'm a subdued knave.
A subdued knave.
In the second act, I'm a tippet mender.
Oh, you mend tippets, do you?
Yes. And in the last act, I play Gaspard Levine, the muscle man, in a bistro.
You run the artistic gamut, as it were.
Yes. I range from the tentatively foul to the delightfully obnoxious.
In other words, you ignore the audience's heartstrings to get right to their nostrils.
To put it bluntly, yes. My big scene is in the second act. As the tippet mender, I am discovered in Madame Pompadour's hope chest. The king is bibbing in the anteroom. A Florentine enters. I suspect poltroonery. I chide Pompadour. When she is well chidden, I divert her. She eschews me. I gesundheit her. The Florentine offers to roll the dice for Pompadour's favor. The dice are cast. I'm undone. Curtain.
Just in time. It sounds like a great play, Bert.
Yes. They just grabbed the author for observation.
Are you singing in this show, Bert?
Well, nothing to speak of. I cajole Madame Pompadour with a chanson.
You do? Well, say, how about a little chanson now, before you go?
I hoped you would ask me to sing tonight, Fred. I really did. Yes.
Oh. Why?
I want to get even with a guy in St. Paul.
And what form is your revenge taking, Bert?
Well, I'll catch up with an old request. Roses of Picardy.
Roses of Picardy. Lost the words. Wait a minute.
I got him, Fred. Roses are shining in a Picardy, in the hush of the silvery dew. Roses are flowing in the Picardy. but there's never a rose like you. And the roses will die with the summertime, and our rose may be far farther apart. But there's one rose that dies not in a Picardie. Rose that I keep in my heart.
Thank you. A wire has just come in from the management of the Baldwin Locomotive Works. Bert Lauer opens with Unit 701 next Thursday morning. Thank you, Bert. And now, Wynn, say, did you hear Bert's song, did you?
Yes, I was out in the hall.
Oh, you joined the audience, eh? You know, Bert is really the Orson Welles of song. But now, going from the raucous ridiculous to the vocal sublime, Wynn, I'm going to ask you to sing an antidote to sort of offset little Bertie's cadenza here. Now, what would you suggest?
Would you like to hear Johnny One Note?
Well, I certainly would.
Johnny could only sing one note, and the note he sang was this. Poor Johnny One Note sang out with gusto and just overloaded get played. Poor Johnny One Note yelled willy-nilly until he was blue in the face. For holding one note was his aim. Couldn't hear the brass, couldn't hear the drum. He was in a class by himself by gum. Poor Johnny One Note got in Aida, indeed a great chance to be brave. He took his one note, howled like the north wind, brought forth wind that made for his grave. While Verdi turned round in his grave, couldn't hear the flute or the big trombone. Everyone was mute. Johnny stood alone. Cats and dogs stopped yapping, lions in the zoo all were jealous at Johnny's big thrill. Thunderclaps stopped clapping, traffic species roar, and they tell us Niagara stood still. He stopped the train, whistled, boat whistled, steam whistled, cart whistled, all whistled, bowed to his skill. Oh, sing Johnny One Note, sing out with gusto, and just overwhelm all the crowd.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce a discovery of mine, a gentleman whose imitation of birds and animals is positively astounding. His repertoire includes wild turkeys, bull moose, mockingbirds, and even the trumpeting of elephants.
Look, excuse me, Mr. Allen. Just seals tonight.
Just seals?
I'm sorry. Just seals.
Yes, but for an artist of your versatility...
Yes, I know it's humiliating. But I'm getting a cold, and no matter what I imitate, it sounds like a seal barking anyhow.
Oh, I am sorry.
Me too. I hate letting you down like this, but there just isn't anything I could do about it.
Oh, I think there is. Just you follow this very sensible suggestion of Harry Von Zell.
Don't ever neglect a cold. At the very first warning sniffle or sneeze, take sparkling Sal Hepatica. For believe me, ladies and gentlemen, the sooner you do, the better. Because Sal Hepatica helps fast, and in these two very important ways.
First, Sal Hepatica is a quick yet gentle-acting laxative, and speed is mighty necessary in fighting a cold. Second, Sal Hepatica also helps nature counteract the acidity that so often accompanies a cold.
And because of this double help, Sal Hepatica is recommended by so many physicians. So do the wise thing. Get an economical bottle of Sal Hepatica at any drugstore as soon as you can. Then, whenever anyone in your family feels a cold coming on, show them this intelligent, modern way to help fight that cold. With Sal Hepatica.
Van Steeden and his reconditioned Ipana Troubadours have just concluded a fruity rendition of An Apple for the Teacher. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the mighty Allen Art Players, whose notices after last week's performance were suppressed in 364 family newspapers throughout the country, take another chance. Tonight they offer a satire on big business. It's called Dr. Scollop's Quandary. Or, it was the Institute of Private Opinion's last check, and it bounced. Atmosphere, Peter.
Hello. Hello. Is this Vanderbilt 122456? This is the Scollop Institute of Private Opinion, madam. We're taking a poll on women's fashions. What is your opinion of the buckle? Oh, you wouldn't. It looks like a sunken knapsack. Thank you.
Oh, good morning, Miss Graff.
Good morning, Dr. Scollop.
Public pulse feeler number 1 is on the job, Miss Graff. Gad. I hate to put my muddy shoes up on that clean mahogany desk.
How did your shoes get so muddy?
I was chasing the man in the street, and he ran up an alley. But that's life in the survey game, Miss Graff. I've got to pry into people's private lives to find out what America thinks. Get me a number.
What number?
Any number.
Yes, sir.
I always call a preview number to warm up my questioning technique for the day's work.
Here's your party.
Hello? Scollop Institute of Private Opinion calling.
Hello.
Would you mind telling me how many lumps you found in your oatmeal at breakfast this morning?
I never...
How many people read your newspaper over your shoulder as you came downtown in the subway this morning?
I never...
Do you think a woman's place is in the home? And if so, what kind of a home?
I never answered questions.
No?
No, I asked them.
Who are you?
Professor Quinn.
I drew a statistical blank, Miss Graff. I'll try another number.
This telephone survey business is some profession.
Not profession, Miss Graff. It's a calling.
And what they're calling it is nobody's business.
And business is booming, Miss Graff. You know that I have just landed the Puma cigarette account? Their slogan is, don't forget your change, forget your cigarette.
Puma cigarettes?
Yes, Puma Cigarettes have just started a new radio program starring that comedian Bob O'Burl. Now, I'm starting a survey on O'Burl's popularity and a coincidental check on Puma Cigarettes.
Shall I start calling?
As soon as I finish this unfinished business here on the... What's this graph running down the front of my coat?
Your fountain pen is leaking.
Oh, so it is. Remind me to blot myself later.
Yes, sir.
Did you put through that survey on hamburger preference, with or without onions?
Yes, I called 500 hamburger stands.
And your final results were?
300 wrong numbers and 199 busy signals.
That's 499. You did get one number.
Yes, I spoke to a man who had just eaten 6 hamburgers with onions.
What did he say?
I couldn't write it down. It was a sound.
Oh. We should have taken a recording. It was obviously a departed calorie voting its approval. Come in.
Hello, Stokes. Yes, sir. Who am I?
You want a survey taken to decide?
Oh, no, quit kidding. But I'm Bob O'Burl, a radio comedian. Yes, sir.
You've just started on the Puma cigarette program.
That's me. Yes, sir.
What brings you here, O'Burl?
Well, I hear you're taking a poll on my radio popularity.
That's right, O'Burl.
Yes?
The Puma Cigarette Company is spending $100,000 to find out if America is really listening to your program.
Yeah?
Your job depends on the Dr. Scollop survey, O'Burl.
Yeah?
The Scollop Institute of Private Opinion is at work this very moment.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How am I doing, Doc?
I'll check up for you.
And Clark, Vice President in charge of radio, darn it, speaking.
What are the figures on Bob O'Burl as of this very minute, Clunk?
And total phone calls, 2,000, Chief.
Tentative result?
1,998, always listen to him.
And the other two?
One party was deaf, the other was his sponsor.
Check, Clunk.
Check, Chief.
Well, how am I doing, Doc?
Phenomenally, O'Burl.
Yeah?
You are compiling the best record my institute has ever polled.
Thanks, Doc. Well, I'm off to see a guy who's got the measles. I'll be back in a flash with a rat.
If America likes that guy, it's time the Indians took over again.
The Scollop check is foolproof, Miss Graff. The nation is Burl-minded. Get me any number at random.
Yes, sir.
I'll prove the public likes Bob O'Burl.
Here you are.
Hello?
Shirley Greenspan's residence. Mademoiselle Greenspan responding. So what's new?
This is the Scollop Institute of Private Opinion, madam. You like Bob O'Burl?
Oh, smooth. You are catching the wrong number, brother.
Who is this?
I'm not telling you who is this, and you aren't telling me who is that.
This is the Scollop Institute.
So nothing is wrong with my scallop. I got the full head here, thank you.
No, madam. What do you think of Bob O'Burl?
Again, Mr. Boyle, cutting off the double talk body.
But, madam...
Getting off the line, measure, or I'm complaining to Fiorella.
Now, listen, I...
My husband is calling me back in 5 minutes, darling.
Well, I'll be...
Shall I send you a memo confirming it?
That's what I get for interfering in Clunk's department. What's this note here on my desk?
It's a memo from the wristwatch king.
Pullover?
Yes. He wants to know the results of your survey on dunking.
Oh, yes. Pullover is designing a coffee-proof wristwatch for habitual dunkers. He wants a nationwide check on dunkers' habits. Take down these messy statistics, Miss Graff.
Yes, sir.
Composite conclusion, 62% of all Americans dunk.
Check.
18% are neat dunkers. They hold a spoon under their crullers to catch the seepage. 12% are sloppy dunkers. They wring their donuts out after dunking. Get these figures right off to Pullover.
Yes, sir.
Hello, folks. Yes, sir.
Now, what is it now, O'Burl? I am a busy man.
I know, Doc, but how about this popularity poll? It's got me worried.
Now, these semi-minute checks are highly irregular, O'Burl, but I will, in this instance, call again.
And Clark speaking. Still vice president in charge of radio, pending angina pectoris.
Now, before you are stricken, Clunk, what is the flash report on Bob O'Burl?
I'm still calling, Doctor.
Yes?
Last 500 vote course unanimous. Everyone's crazy about Bob O'Burl. Huh? It's staggering.
You are?
No, it is.
Oh. Okay, Clunk.
Okay.
Gad O'Burl, you're a vogue.
Yeah?
If these figures continue, you'll pass the fireside chats any minute.
Well, I'm off to visit my drunken uncle. He's an awful stew, and I do mean stew.
Well, he certainly kills him. He certainly kills him, and the sooner the better. Get me a number, Miss Graff.
Yes, sir.
I have got to check on the public's reaction to the Puma cigarette.
Ready, sir.
Hello?
Yeah?
The Scallop Institute calling, madam.
Yeah?
Have you tried the new Puma cigarette, madam?
Yeah.
What is your opinion?
There's too many syllables in Puma. Take off the M.A. and what have you got?
P.U.
That's my opinion.
Why, you of all these... This is what's been... Why, that wrong number. I'll find someone who likes Puma cigarettes if I have to start smoking them myself. Who is this?
Where is Dr. Scallop?
Faulkner Q. Pingree. The president of Puma Cigarettes.
Yes, Faulkner Q. Pingree.
We were just talking.
I'm going to do the talking now, Scallop.
Yes, Faulkner Q.
What are these phony reports you've been sending me about my radio program?
It's the biggest thing on the air. Your comedian is...
He's putrid. I've asked all my friends about this, Bob O'Burl. None of them can stand him.
Now, you're wrong, Mr. Pingree. Our phone survey gives Bob O'Burl 100% rating.
Your survey's the bunk.
Figures don't lie.
Scallop, our contract is canceled.
But I can prove that people are listening to O'Burl, Mr. Pingree. My assistant, Clunk, has been phoning radio owners all day.
You've got to show me, Scallop.
I can show you. I'll show you Clunk's results, Mr. Pingree.
Well, make it snappy, Scallop. I've got a conference at Beaten Bat and Skeeton Flat.
Well, one of them is bound to wait for you. Clunk's office is down the hall, right through here.
Right.
This man Clunk, you know, does nothing but phone unsuspecting people hour upon hour. He is neurotic, but infallible. Here's his office here.
What do you think of Bob O'Burl, mister? Oh, you're nuts about him? Okay.
Well, Clunk, how goes your rendezvous with Desmo?
Oh, hello, Chief. Gosh, this Bob O'Burl poll is a landslide. I just got 50 more favorable reports.
Now, there you are, Mr. Pingree. That proves something.
Yes, it proves there's something screwy going on around here, Scallop.
That adjective, Mr. Pingree, is repulsive.
Wait a minute. Look at that telephone wire near the bottom.
Gosh, Chief, my phone wire's been cut.
What's this? Another wire's hooked onto it.
Yes.
Somebody has tapped this line.
That second wire leads next door, Scallop. What's in there?
That's an empty office.
I'll find out who's at the bottom of this survey sabotage. I'm going to look in that next office.
Right.
Yes, sir. I just adore Bob O'Burl. His jokes are simply precious. Yes, sir.
O'Burl! What are you doing here?
Why... hello, Mr. Pingree.
What is this wiretapping skullduggery, O'Burl?
I'll tell you what it is, Scallop. No. O'Burl knew that nobody listened to his program.
No.
He tapped your Scallop survey wires. He sat in here all day, disguising his voice, pretending to be the great American public.
Well,
Is this true, O'Burl?
Yes, Dr. Scallop. You caught me with my rating down.
That is the last straw, Scallop. I'm through with you. I'm through with polls. I'm through with radio comedians.
Fine. Well, this proves something you sponsors should have guessed long ago.
What's that?
Many a radio comedian who's on top of a poll should really be hung at half-mast. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we preview the highlights of next week's show, we'd like to pass along a very important thought, if you will, Harry.
But don't ever forget, ladies and gentlemen, you can never look your best unless you feel your best. That's why we hope you'll always remember the advice of so many physicians. Whenever you feel sluggish and under the weather, or whenever you have a headache resulting from a stomach that's upset because of overindulgence in eating or drinking, Sparkling Sal Hepatica helps give you a faster comeback. You see, if you take something with a laxative action only, you do nothing to counteract excess gastric acidity. But Sal Hepatica does both. It not only brings you speedy yet gentle relief, it also counteracts excess gastric acidity, which chases that sickish feeling fast. So get an inexpensive bottle of Sal Hepatica at your drugstore tomorrow. Remember, the better you feel, the better you look, and the more you're admired. And you feel better faster when you take gentle, quick-acting Sal Hepatica.
That about concludes the business for this evening, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget, next Wednesday evening, we bring you football prognostication.
The score of the Cornell-Princeton game next Saturday will be Cornell 3-5, Princeton vertical.
Your song of the week.
A pineapple for the teacher, a pineapple for Froggy. I go to bed.
Now, that's an apple for the teacher, not pineapple.
I'm going to reform school, brother.
Oh, you would. And our guest star next week will be...
that famous singing cowboy, Gene Autry.